I forgot about it again. I have the new microphone, which is the um what is going on? Hello, hello. Okay, you can hear me. Okay, nice. But for some reason it stopped working at some point. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we're still using headphones as microphone, I guess. There were no issues since I did that, right? Ads, still ads. Now, all right. Yeah, there were no issues with microphones since I switched to the headphones, right? So yeah, and no one really complained about the quality of the audio either. It's just that this is. Oh wait, hold on. So probably won't be like that, which is supposed to be a little better. All right. Anyway, we have tried writing a bot in Cast. It's just horrible. All right. Well, now you're lying, though, right? It is not horrible, but yeah, maybe I should. I didn't like order the new microphone yet. Maybe I should get the one that you have. Audio is fine. You're missing the quality of your own mic, but it's broken. Yeah, I feel like quality wise it was better, right? But it is broken a little bit. Um, yeah, okay. I don't remember what Devnini's microphone was like, but I think it was fine. So maybe I just get the one that you suggested. Anyway, the important thing is that yesterday we did write the bot in Cast fully, right? So this bot right now, this has been running since yesterday, and it is still running, and I still see it. You have a not nice voice. What? No, I think it was fine. I think if I remember correctly, your voice was nice, pretty nice. All right. What do we do today? Nice. Okay, yeah, but Nigel, I don't see the message when you have a streak, right? And some other things. So like, but that's probably not from the IRC anyway, right? Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. The bot is working. That's the important part. Okay, so let's see what are we working on today. What are we working on today? Ah, what do you think I should be working on today? Just fix some of the bugs, add some of the small features, or do some big feature. String interpolation. How important is that? We can go around without it still, right? The LSP like doesn't highlight the STD when working. I feel like that is probably the thing that I want to look into. And when I was writing the bot, there was this other thing. You was busy celebrating your birthday? Well, happy birthday. Is it today or was it yesterday? Well, anyway, happy birthday. Um, Let me see. So if we go to the bot here, right? I open NeoVim. Here's my LSP. It's kind of working, right? But if we take a look at the text commands, then the LSP is not working here, and that makes no sense because it's supposed to, right? And that's not even the standard library. And another thing that it doesn't work with is if I go to the standard library, so I can like go to the definition here, right? Wait, it says no definitions found actually. Wait, what? It says no definition found. Wait, what? Oh, wait, hold on. I can go to the prelude, but I cannot go to S3 collection trip. Okay, interesting. Okay, but yeah, anyway, so we go, for example, to the STD prelude, and this over here doesn't have the syntax highlighting at all, which should be fixed, right? Because we should be able to inspect the code in the standard library. It's already parsed by the LSP. It's just for some reason not working here. Hello, Veldak. I broke cast again. Hello, Veldak. What do you think hello, Veldak should be? Hello, Veldak. What should this be? Can I have all hellos in one place? It's just a convention we used to greet each other. Is that what we put here? Anyway. Let's look into why this is not syntax highlighted and why can I not do anything here, right? LSP info. Right, because the language server is working, the root directory is CookieBot, command cast LSP, yes. Cast root directory nil. Wait, I have another separate, wait, hold on. I have a separate cast LSP where root directory is nil with attached buffers 9. How do I know which buffer is number 9 in Vim? Buffers 9 is stdlib, or literally, right? So it was trying to initialize the language server for this file, but like separately, right? It's like a separate language server. But why is it trying to spawn the separate one? That's the question. What if I go to a Rust project right now? Project. Which one? I don't know. Let's go to Badbox here, right? Okay. So if I am in the in Rust project and I go to std like cell, for example, right? Rust analyzer health status is error. Nice. Rust analyzer is also erroring. Rust analyzer ID 1, attached buffers 1 and 10. I'm just not sure why the yeah, the LSP is not working here at all. Oh wait, now it does. Okay, there we go. Now it does. Okay, no, it works. And as you can see in the LSP info here, I only have a single LSP, which is Rust Analyzer, which is attached to two buffers, number 1 and number 10. Number 10 is the buffer, which is the Rust standard library cell rs. So this file is opened, and number 1 is the source librs, which is the original file that I opened. Right? So it is being handled by the same LSP, but why is it not like that in my board, which is written in cast? LSP info right now, I have a single one with the single buffer being this buffer, and if I go to the definition, LSP info, it spawns, like, it spawns the new LSP server, the new language server, right? If I look at ps grep cast, right, we actually have two language servers working right now. So one of them just doesn't have the root directory and another one has the root directory, right? How do I fix this? Maybe due to stdio processing, but like, it's not stdio processing which is deciding to spawn the new language server, right? Like, it's the NeoVim. I need to configure my NeoVim probably differently. We can also try VS Code, of course, but I don't know if I see this information in VS Code. So if I open CuviBot here, right? So if I go over here, can you close this thing? Can I close this thing to the right? Thank you. So like, if I go to the standard library, right? As you can see, I don't have any syntax highlighting. Maybe it's the same thing that's happening here. It's another LSP. So my question is, do I have now 4 LSPs? Cast LSP, cast LSP, cast LSP, cast LSP. Boom, boom. 1, 2, wait, no, it's actually just 3, right? Because this is like bash, which is like the wrapper for my cast. So it's actually just 3 of them. I think it's working differently in VS Code. It does not spawn a separate LSP for whatever reason. It is different. It is 7, but like, it's because one of them is the grep process itself, and then there is 6, but it's basically 3 because there's 2 processes for each LSP, because my cast is a bash script, which is the wrapper around the actual binary, because that's how it's set up right now. Okay. Why does NeoVim spawn a new LSP when I go to stdlib? Talking about my own LSP here. because NeoVim thinks that that's a different project, right? So your LSP config root dir logic does not include the stdlib path. So when you jump into the NeoVim says, okay, unrelated universe. Okay, but how do we configure this? Your root dir only matches this. Your stdlibs in like somewhere. I didn't override single file support. You rely on util root pattern. Okay, let's see how I'm actually configuring this thing. Let's go to next files, right? NeoVim cast. So here's what we do. We shall say that root markers is what I'm using, and that's all. Root markers is workspace KS, right? Help LSP config. Can I do that? Update the configuration for the LSP client. Example, add a root marker for all clients. Add additional capabilities to all clients. Redefine configuration. Where is the configuration? LSP config. LSP config. Fields. Command. File types. A reuse client. Predicates which decides if a client should be reused. Use all running clients. Default implementation reuses the client if name and root dir matches. So I want to reuse client. Root markers. File names used to decide the workspace root. So it only reuses the LSP if, by default, reuses it the same if name and root dir matches. What is the name? Name is the name of like the language. Root dir as deciding the workspace root, where the LSP server will base its workspace folder, the root URI. I'd say project directory name. You think? That's not what it says here. It just says name. What name? I have no idea what is the name. There's a lot of things have names, right? Root markers. And I mean, that's it. That's all the thing. I think I should just say reuse client is true. Oh wait, reuse client. Is this the function? Yes, reuse client is a function. It's a function client Vim LSP client config LSP client config boolean. It's a predicate which assigns if a client should be reused. Why is it a predicate? What is this called with? What is the arguments to the predicate? The client config. The client config of what? And the client of which client? Like another client for the same language? You know, should I just say here reuse client is, so this is going to be like function, right, which is client and config, but we just return true here, right? That's how they want. And use local. Clickbait? What do you mean clickbait? Can you do underscores in how do you do this in Lua? If I have a function which has no arguments, can I call it with arguments still, like in JavaScript, or can I not? Let's try this. Just function return true, right? Sure. So we go here and we nix run, nix files NeoVim. Let's try that. Okay, source, map, prelude, LSP info. Okay, well, I mean, it is only a single LSP now, so maybe this is correct. Maybe this is actually correct, right? Because now the single LSP is having the both buffers attached, even although these buffers are from separate like projects technically, right? One of them is in the Nix store, and another one is in the current folder. Yeah, I think that's correct then. Let's say that this is fixed. Reuse LSP always. Wait, I mean, should it be always? Technically, it should not even be always, right? Whatever, always reuse LSP in forecast, sure. Let's do that. Okay, so I'm just going to switch here. Nigel with row polymorphism. Okay, so let's say that this works, but I still don't have the syntax, like the syntax highlighting and LSP working here, right? So the question is, what does the LSP even see here? Is the question, right? So I want to go back to cast. I think I want to add to processing. I want to know. Wait, can I pin this? There we go. Like I want to log all the files that the LSP knows about. How about that? Right? We have files here. This is workspace state. So when I process workspace state, recalculate, I process workspace. Workspace is processed here, right? So let's just say that workspace files URI iterate URI to list, maybe? List map FST. So this is like all workspace files, right? And then so this is going to be just a list of URIs, right? So now I want to log info workspace files list print URI print all workspace files, right? Okay, let's like restart cast language server here, then check the output of the cast language server. Fail to start process workspace. Examples advent of code 2024 day 1, no such file or directory. Okay, actually this makes sense. I removed it, right? Advent of code, remove this from the workspace. Okay, so here's all the workspace that, or the files that we know about, right? There we go. So like there's a bunch of files in the standard library, a bunch of files in the examples, and a bunch of files in the standard library again. Wait, what? Yeah. And why are these files different? Is the question then, right? This is a map, which is supposed to have all of the keys to be unique, right? Why is this and that different? It's literally the same. Shouldn't these be unified? How do I print the URIs? If it is file, then we just do that. URI path, URI to string. Let's, you know what? Okay. Fine. Let's do string print debug, which is going to be printed escaped. Like map by URI to string, right? Like this. Okay, so here's all the files. Are they different? They are different. Look at this. This is starting with a triple slash, and this one is starting with a single slash. How is it different? And why is it different is more important question. Why is this different? Let's see what is my workspace root, right? URI print, processing workspace. More slashes. The more slashes, the slasher. Workspace files. Root is this. Let's string print the URI to string workspace root. How about that? Let's try this too. Okay, so workspace root itself is a triple slash, right? Okay. I mean, is this even correct? Right? This is the URI that the VS Code is giving to me. How is URI starting with this different from this? Slashers matter, parsers are picky, and humans suffer. This is canonical boring correct form. File slash slash plus empty authority. Oh, it's file slash slash plus empty authority plus slash path. Yo, have a raid. Which I didn't hear because my audio is on my headphones, but hello, welcome. Is that a show? How are you doing? Thanks for the raid. Hello, raiders. Welcome. What were you working on? Was doing Vulkan again? Nice. How did your language hold up on Advent of Code? We solved the entirety of the Advent of Code, and in addition to that, yesterday we did one more thing, which is I rewrote my bot in my own language. So this over here and this bot responding is actually this is fully written in my own language now too. So this is the bot running, and this over here I can show you a little bit of the code of it too. So I guess the language starts to be actually usable over here Here's the bot source code. So like we connect to the IRC here and stuff, and like parse all the messages, and we just have all the text commands specified in the language here too, and we can add more stuff that is not just text commands if we want. So yeah, so I don't need to polish the language a little bit and start rewriting the language in itself is the idea, but probably the rewriting in itself is going to happen like next year at some point. I'll keep polishing for now. I'll need to like, I feel like before, I mean, there is another like big thing to do, which is like actually compiling to something else, and so that I don't just have the interpreter, which is what I have right now, right? So the plan is to do JavaScript transpiler. It's not necessary to have the transpiler before I start rewriting the language itself, but we should have something at some point. So probably soon, probably before the self-hosting. But yeah, right now I'm just fixing some issues in my language server. So it seems like my language server right now has is parsing the standard library twice, and the URIs, some of the URIs, they start with triple slashes, and some of them they start with a single slash, and I'm not sure what's the difference, and how do we get to the different places. And I suspect this is why my LSP is not working. When I go to the standard library, I don't have syntax highlighting there when working on the bot, for example, here, right? So this works, but if I go to this file, this is not working. I need to figure out why. Can you see writing React app in your language? So the idea is to be able to like interrupt, to have a JavaScript interrupt, right? Well, if we are targeting JavaScript, then we should be able to do JavaScript interrupt. So React is just another JavaScript library, which should be possible, just like any other JavaScript library should be possible to be used, I guess, right? I never did React myself though, so I don't know if there is something special there in React. Is it more than just a library for JavaScript? Not really, but it made JSX adoption more broad. Okay. Phillies? What is that? A fresh retake on the React API in Fable. Optimized for happiness. What is Fable? Is this a programming language? I guess it's a different programming language. Module, app, open, Phillies. Is that your programming language? F sharp? Oh wait, this is just for F sharp, right? What is Fable then? Let counter, let count, set count is React, use state 0, HTML div, HTML button. Yeah, we can write something like this too, yeah, sure. There's just like a, yeah, sure, whatever. I expect something like this we will have as a library. Probably. Yo, Jerem. Hello, Jerem. Hello, Jerem. How are you doing? Thanks for the raid. Fable is compiler F sharp into JavaScript. Oh, I see. It's like JS of OCaml, but it's yeah, I see. I understand. Okay. But I think, well, I mean, like, does this not make sense when you are not compiling into JavaScript, because this is it's purely front-end stuff? Isn't so React is just front-end? Do you not have like server-side things and then you mix the things together? So like some parts should be transpiled to JavaScript and some parts should stay in native code for the backend? No? Because that's how like like the laptos, for example, in Rust is working, right? You just create a full stack application in your thing, right? Isn't this similar to React? You have a component, right? Component, and then you have a button, you have counter, signal 0. This is literally the same thing, right? Count, set count, count, set count, and then you create the HTML here, click count, but this actually has the server side thing too, right? Or is this example maybe still just for the front end? Like you have, yeah, you have like this thing for server. So this is the API endpoint, right? And this is the component, which is into Vue. I guess it only makes sense for the front end. So yeah, I don't know. I didn't really use these things myself because I don't do a lot of web dev, but I imagine something like this should be possible. I mean, it should be possible. So for the language to be considered somewhat like completed. Okay, so I think the problem is me finding the standard library then. I think it's me finding the standard library, stdlib. No, not stdlib. Hold on. Cast std. How about this? So we say that cast std is that. If it is cast std, then it is std stdlib path URI file. What is URI file? Is make scheme file and path. Like, is that not correct? stdlib URI. Hello? OCaml platform. I think OCaml is... Jared would like you to do microphone things again? Oh, wait, what? Which things? Which microphone? This one. This one? We might need a URI. And then there's Yaoi. It seems like what's happening right now is that the OCaml LSP is just using all of my CPU, or at least a single core. And I think it's also, is it leaking memory too? Is it also leaking memory? OCaml LSP, let's look at this. 927, 28, 29 megabytes. It's going to start to be to be over a gigabyte soon. It's using CPU constantly. It feels like it's in a busy loop, allocating more and more memory right now. Okay. And it's not freeing the memory, so it is leaking memory, right? Okay. At least I'm not the only one who's leaking memory. You know, OCaml does the same. So I, like, you know, my language is not that bad, I guess, is what this means. I guess I have to restart it because nothing works right now. The LSP just literally doesn't work. Restart it. And it still doesn't work. Oh, because you cannot kill it, of course. We need to actually kill it. We need to actually kill it. pkill OCaml LSP. Where is my LSP? Okay, is it not restarting it automatically? There we go. Now it does something. But then over here, it does not. Wait, what? I cannot hover this thing? Oh my god. Why is it so bad? Alright. Whatever. I just wanted to like log here. Log info. Function log stdlib is string print debug URI to string stdlib URI. Like I think that what is happening is that my standard library URI is not correct, maybe, right? So if I restart language server here, output language server. Yeah, stdlib is this without the triple slashes, which is not correct. Right? So I think what is not correct is a URI file. This is not correct. So I'm having scheme is file and path is just the path here, right? But that is not correct. So what do I do then? Make a URI from supplied components. I need to like still say. I need to still say like URI dot. There's canonicalize. This transform is more aggressive than the standard URI generic normalization. Should I normalize? Or should I resolve? Resolve a URI against a default scheme and base URI? No, we don't have a base URI, right? In this case, this is just a file in the file system. Maybe we do need to normalize, make normalize. Canonicalize, not normalize. Let's try that. Okay, standard library. No, it still says slash, right? Not a triple slash, but just a slash. How do I make sure? How do I convert path absolute file path, which just starts from single slash, into correct URI? I'm using OCaml and URI library. Yeah, I want this. For POSIX path. We need to file slash, yeah, but like, this is the Yuri library, right? I do not need to manually concatenate strings like caveman, right? Yuri make scheme file path. This produces that. Well, that is not correct. Does it, wait, hold on. Does this mean that this is a bug in the library that I'm using? Where is the Yuri coming from? Where is this coming from? This is literally the library that's called Yuri, right? This is literally the library that's called Yuri. So, where is this library from? Let's see, opam. Is it really a bug? Or am I misunderstanding something? Yuri. This is based like on the RFC specification, right? So it's supposed to be correct. Here's the home page. Here's the issues. Slash slash slash. No, like what like file slash slash slash. Yuri is not thread domain safe. Invalid parsing of ports. Canonicalize of query string. Consider including drive letter in Yuri path. Like slashes in path components. Let's try this. Let's go to OCaml Playground. I'll add the Yuri library here, and I'll just say something like this. I'm just going to say that Yuri is Yuri.make scheme is file path path is a slash. I just tell it what ChatGPT suggested me to do. So this projects doom, and then we say Yuri to string Yuri print end line like so, right? Okay. I need to like do that, right? I don't need a comment here, I need that. There we go. So I just want Dune exec OCaml Playground. Okay, so there you go. See, this is not correct, right? It has a single slash. Let's complain to ChatGPT. What you're seeing is intentional behavior from Yuri, not a bug, just aggressively unhelpful. This creates a Yuri with scheme is file, no authority, and okay, no authority. So like we need authority, right? According to the RFC, an empty authority may be serialized without slash slash. Okay. How to fix this? Host is slash. You must explicitly include the authority component. What is the authority in case of like files? Can it be anything like authority is host slash slash? Is that correct? It is correct. But what's the difference? Host. What is a host? Canonical interoperable. Okay, fine. Let's search for all Yuri makes then. But a Yuri make is... I mean, this is literally the only thing, right? So we just say host is this. This looks like a strange workaround. Is that like do you think ChatGPT is not correct here? So it says that basically the Yuri is the standardized thing, right? So ChatGPT says that this form is legal, but it's not the canonical form. So, and many tools expect the canonical form, right? And like even I see that this file and this file are different because this is different URIs, right? With a single slash or the double slash. So the empty authority may be serialized, but for your files, the authority should be set. Yuri RFC. Authority. Like it should be like / authority, but this is an optional thing, right? If the authority is not known. Is like if the authority is absent, right? Yeah. So like we have yeah, so like the actual path is the absolute path, and if the authority is absent, then this thing is completely not present. That's what's happening. It still looks, I think it doesn't look strange, right? So by saying that the authority is empty, it forces this part to exist in the serialization of the Yuri. Who is Yuri and why do we keep talking about them? How to pronounce Yuri. There are two pronunciations. The common ones are URI or Uri. Wait, really? Uri? Arai? So now one is actually pronouncing it as Yuri? I'm pretty sure Yuri is the correct pronunciation, though. No, URI is like longer. I'm too lazy to say it like that. Okay. All right. So does this fix the thing? Does this fix the thing? Why is there so many changes though? Oh, this is just some logging. I can discard that now. This is also some logging. I can discard that now. Some playground stuff. This, sure. Okay, fix URIs of stdlib. Let's see if it actually fixes it. Can it work faster? Oh, look at this. Now we have the standard library and I can like go to the things in the standard library. Nice. Nice. We can actually properly traverse the standard library and have the LSP work there. Nice. That is really... that was the bug. That's the Yuri. thing. Okay, now what? There's still more issues though. Hold on, let me go back here. If I go to the text commands, you see I still don't have the highlighting in this file. That is like a different problem, I feel like. Why is that a different problem? Include text commands KS, right? Because I'm including the map file here and I have the highlighting here and LSP working, but not in this file for some reason. I should bring back that log that I just discarded. Ah, shit. Here we go again. I do want to know all of the files that this knows, right? Log info all workspace files. List print string. Just URI now. Workspace files, URI map to list map fst. Okay. Can I like can I use cast from this other thing? Can I say like without committing? I mean, we can also say that cast is not the GitHub one, right? But cast URL is just, you know, home, Cleanman projects, cast lang cast. We can also do that, probably, right? But now it's trying to get the entire thing, which is weird. Does that not work? File, so like it's trying to look into the build, but this is the git ignored thing. The flakes are supposed to ignore this thing, right? No? How to add flake input from another from local file system or whatever. We need to say path, right? Maybe. Do I need to say here that it's path? No. Looks like it's picking up files that are git ignored in this case, and complains that some file has unsupported type. Path inputs do not respect git ignores. So yeah, there's a bunch of things. Use git based input instead. Oh, we can do git plus file. Git ignore is respected. Okay. Git plus file. Okay, so that's like a different thing. So this way I can test it without pushing to the remote. Okay. But it does mean that I'm still like rebuilding cast from source code. Okay. I want to open like, let's open Helix here, because Helix is easier to look for the logs, right? So I go map, this thing works, and then I go to text commands, and there is no LSP working here, right? LSP, like log open, right? Is what we want. Log open. So this is all the files, all workspace files, right? We have source, map, workspace. Yes, wait, hold on. You see, there is literally no file here, which is the text commands. Like, it literally doesn't exist. But how does it not exist? That makes no sense. Like, because it's also processed and it's like working, right? Hello? It's like it's deleted for some reason, maybe. So when am I deleting the files? But let's see. Dot files. So when the file is processed, then we add it to the workspace files, right? Over here. This file is processed, right? If we then say, so handle processed is here, process file, global workspace KS, handle processed, and handle process is also over here. Workspace roots, process file, handle processed, process file, yes, file started processing and file included, handle processed, match kind with expression. Oh, wait, it's because it's not an expression, but because it is a place expression in that case. But I mean, we should say that, okay, I see. Well, yeah. So like the file state is not like, it's not necessarily an expression, right? Because I can include it in any position, including as a pattern position, including as like place or type expression position, any position. So I feel like this should be basically, how do I do this? Like I have a option, but I need to like store the kind, right? compiled thing, compiled thing, compiled compiled is what, like thing? I don't know. Compiled thing. How do we do this? We need to like some existential stuff here, where we have a compiler compiled kind and a, right, like this, like a pair, like so. Is that the correct syntax? So we can just say over here that compiled is this this option, right? Is that correct also? Can I do for all a over here? No, probably on the outside. So this, yeah, that makes sense. Compiled, right? So yeah, when I'm processing the file, I'm by default trying to compile it as an expression, right? But that's not always true. That's not always true. Compile in this case is an expression, right? But in this case, we're going to say compiled is compiled option map function expression, right? Like this. The field value has type expression, compiler kind times expression, which is less general. How do I make it like general? Yeah, it's not like for all a. No, that is not correct. It's existential stuff here. How do we do this? OCaml existential generalized AGTs. Existential explicit naming of existentials, right? Equations on non-local abstract types. No. Pattern matching may introduce existential types. Existential type names. Advanced example pair. Nope. Refutation. How to store GADT in a camel in another type. We need to wrap it existentially, right? That's what I was looking for. When you open the box, you don't know the type anymore. Store it with operation. Pack expression. A expression. I mean, am I not doing the same thing? I just need to, like, I cannot say for all here, right? Because this now doesn't exist. Compiled thing is kind. Well, I mean, thing like this, right? But this is not for all, right? Or whatever. Compiled option a map thing is expression E, right? In theory, is how this should work. But this is the same problem, right? This has a type expression, compiled type expression, which is less general. I forget. Mental model TAT boxed. Existential. This is parametric, this is existential. Wait, do I need to store it maybe in compile thing? Should this be like compiled thing of this into compiled thing, right? That's how we do it, because now this is like a function that takes this is the argument. So now we do like compiled thing. Now this works. Okay, this is annoying. Why do I need to like remember it all the time? It only works with like the variant type. Yeah, I mean, it's like boxed expression. Yeah, so like this is not a function. This is like, yeah, the type parameter is going on the outside. Yeah. It's probably like I want to move this compile thing into the actual like compiler. You know, compiler dot. So we have compiled kind, which is just the kind, right? Compiler dot. Like I don't know. Let's say compiled. You know. Type compiled is compiler types dot compiled. Compiled. Okay, we have type compiled is compiled, which is compiled kind into compiled, right? Like this, which is storing both the kind and the value itself, right? Yeah. So get data gets like the thing. Yeah, okay. Makes sense, makes sense, makes sense. So now compiled. So this is a compiled expression, right? This compiled expression. This. So in this case, compiled must be the expression, I guess, right? We are, yeah, because now it is not necessarily an expression, but we should say match compiled with expression compiled. Then we do this, you know, compiled expression compiled, right? That's how I do it. And then if it is whatever, then we just fail with compiled workspace.ks not as expression, right? And then over here, when the file is imported, over here, compiled. So file imported is the effect. File imported, which is now compiled, not an expression. This is actually compiler. This is compiler types, right? So this is actually compiled, right? Which is not necessarily an expression anymore. It can be anything. And value. Oh, wait, hold on. No, when file is imported, is always compiled as expression, actually. When file is imported, it's always expression. But when file is included, it's not necessarily. Oh, but this is now generic itself. I see. Yeah, we have compiled kind, and we have compiled like this. Yeah, I see it. Hello, fly. Yeah, so I don't need to do anything. We already have the compiled kind here. But in this case, if file was imported, compiled is always an expression, right? Camel language server broke. Nice. The variable has type compiled, but expression, right? So we say some compiled, expression compiled, right? Because in case we're importing the file, it always is an expression. But if the file is included, then we have kind and we have compiled, right? I don't need to match on it anymore. We instead say that file state is this. Compiled is some compiled, kind compiled. Okay. Is that all? That's not all. Completion. So now, like, this is not necessarily an expression, right? Now, this is not necessarily an expression. Completions. Completing at. Yeah, we can, like, complete at. Yeah. Complete. Completions. File state. Yeah. Complete expression. Expression position. Yeah. We just. We just say that let compiled kind compiled is equal to compiled. No, we match compiled with some. Compiled kind compiled, right? Then we say complete kind compiled position. There we go. That's how we do it. Okay, next, when we do LSP hover, now we are not necessarily hovering an expression, right? Yeah. Let's just say that let kind and compiled, let compiled kind compiled is compiled, and then over here I don't cover expression, I have our kind compiled, right? Okay. Same here. Expression compiled, kind compiled is compiled, hover kind compiled. Here, prepare rename, same stuff. Compiled, kind compiled, hover kind compiled. Let's copy paste this. Kind compiled. Kind compiled. Okay, and inlay hints. Same stuff. Inlay hints. Why is inlay hints only for expression? No, we should just say inlay inlay hints Yuri kind compiled. I guess we don't need this. Then we just do a list of seek, and then we remove this function altogether. Okay, nice. Okay. Let's just make sure that it works in this repository now. Looks like it is working. Looks like that is working. In my example, hello world. Wait, why is hello world not a hello world again? Print hello world. Print. Okay, let's do that. Fix including non-expressions. Fix LSP not picking up included non-expressions, right? Like this. So in this place, if I just say next flag update cast, right? I wonder if it's going to rebuild. This is still like the local file. If I switch to the GitHub, because I actually pushed now, is this going to work or not? No information available still. It still says that it's not available. But by the way, the only difference is like const, right? If I make this const... Wait, what? This also is not available? No information available? Wait, what? Cast... Main KS, no such file or directory. Cast... Source main... No such file or directory. Wait, what? What do you mean? What do you mean no such file or directory? It's saying slash here. Broke cast again. Yeah. I mean, the LSP... Oh, the LSP is not working here, actually, right? It cannot... Wait a second, but if I say let here... No? Did I fix because I changed the implementation of URI file? URI.file. URI.file. Cast is actually in the news and not for good reasons. What do you mean? The Chile's new elected far right, the Jose Antonio Cast, is that what you're talking about? Ultra conservative elected for Chile's next president. Unfortunate. Naming, or no, we still like the name Cast, right? Stream lag for you. I don't see any drops on my side. Cast will live longer than that politician. We'll see. I didn't even. It's only in the process of being born, I guess. Not fully born yet, or something. Yeah, I think I fixed one thing and then I broke the other thing, right? Like, can I even like run cast examples hello KS, right? Like, yeah, I cannot run the hello world anymore because slash examples hello, no such file or directory, right? Because So the authority, okay, so Yuri file, right? We say host is this, but this should not be the one if the file, if the path is relative, right? So like, let's see, Yuri difference, right? What if path is relative? But if the path is relative, then I should actually resolve it, right? I should resolve it over the current working directory, right? Because I still want the full thing. We need to resolve it against the base Yuri the correct way, right? Yuri makes Shima file host this, and then relative is Yuri of string, and then Yuri resolve this base rel. Yuri of string. Yeah. Okay. And yeah, and then if this is the thing, yeah. Okay. So let's say that file path is actually, you know, current working directory, right? Is make scheme file host this path is sys dot get current working directory, right? Like this. I guess I don't need to canonicalize then, right? This is my current working directory as a Yuri, and then path is Yuri. We just say of string. A bare string will be interpreted as a path. A string prefix with a // will be interpreted as a host. Yeah. Sure, just a string path. And then which I say Yuri resolve a Yuri against a default scheme and a base Yuri. Why is there a string there? Scheme base file Yuri. Why do I need to give it the scheme? Just nothing. Nothing. Current working directory path. Is that going to be correct? So now we have the full file here, right? Home, Kubernetes projects, Castlang examples, hello.ks, right? No such file or directory. But this is literally the file, right? This is literally the file. No, wait, hold on. No such file or directory. Wait, where is it? Oh, wait, it's not Castlang. Wait, hold on. What's my current working directory? Is this? Oh, wait. Because resolving is like thinking that I am having a file, right? This is not the working directory. I need to resolve it against the file inside of the directory. Or do I need a slash there? Like, is the Yuri ending with a slash something different? Should I add a slash here? It works. So Yuri ending with a slash is different than the one without it. Okay, and does this still? It has unlocked input. Wait, not writing log file of Flake because it has unlocked input. What does that even mean? Because I need to like quit my NeoVim, right? No? What does this mean? Remove, like a log. Let's just regenerate everything then. What? Not writing log file because it has unlocked input. Nix. What does this mean? Classic Nix annoyance. Nix logs file cannot be generated deterministically because Nix sees some inputs as unlocked, meaning that it can change without Nix being able to track it properly. Usually this happens with this, right? Sure. Fixes. Pin all git URL inputs. Make sure every fix is at fixed rev or URL with a commit hash. Avoid it. So yeah, because I do have dynamic input, right? But what do I do? Do I just run reload here or something? Now his operating system breaking? No. That's just the package manager. It's just because I'm using the local file. You are not supposed to do that, I guess. Because it's unlocked input. And unlocked in this case means that Nix cannot guarantee that it is the same or not the same as before. Wait, what? Incorrect escape character O? End of file? Lexer error? I have a Lexer error? Lexer error where? While command place expression core include in the text commands. Oh yes, this over here. This is a backslash. Backslash O is not it. Okay, there you go. And now we have the syntax highlighting here. Okay, and it actually works. And we have like everything working. Nice. Yeah. Okay, there we go. There you go. So this is the actual proper fix. Fixed URIs properly this time. Okay, let me just check that I go to the aesthetic to the standard library, and we can still look into what is in the standard library. Okay, now in the standard library, I see that this use thing, right? We have a string, which is this thing, and I cannot go to the definition here, and that seems wrong. Let me uncomment this. Like, I'm pretty sure that this issue is now going to be seen even in here. So if I go to like my hello world, I go to the prelude, and like over here, I cannot go to char. I use it, but I don't know what it is, right? And that is wrong. Let's make sure, like I can hover it, but I cannot go to the definition here for some reason. Let's see why. Let's see why. So we have a U, like we have we have a we have what? If I like see core syntax maybe, and use, which is not the use.star, but just use, right? So we have we're trying to like compile the thing that I use as a place expression. And if this is a single binding, then we have binding, symbol create, and stuff, right? If it's a field, then we'll do that. Wait, oh, we have place expression binding, and we have binding with name being symbol create name. Wait, but why do I even need to create a new name here? That makes also no sense. Why don't I just use the original binding here? Like I want to treat it as a separate name, kind of. It doesn't really matter. Like, what else do we have in the binding? In the binding, we also have like IDs, names, spans, types, and labels, right? If I maybe because the span is still the original, is like, yeah. Maybe label should be the new label, which is a new reference actually here. That probably makes sense. How about I just say here, what do we have? We have a new binding. New binding. Right, we have ID. Should ID be the new ID because it's a new binding, right? Sure, ID is ID gen. Name is going to be the new symbol with the same name. Span is going to be wait, no, I'm compiling this, right? I'm compiling this and I have a binding. Pattern binding. Why am I creating a new thing? Because this is a pattern. I'm creating a new pattern to do a constellate. Yes, makes sense. Okay. Yes. So yeah, so the span actually should be the new one because that's of the new pattern, right? No, that's not it, because we're referencing the same binding. No, we're referencing a new binding. Hold on. How should this work? Span. Span. Use the expression dot span. Data span. Type is binding type. Label is label, because this is a new reference. This is not the definition, right? So this is a new reference at this expression data span, which is the label get name binding label. Is that any better? Not really. And this is not a field though, right? Field span type is the expression data type. Which is the same as that. Initialize expression, const let span pattern used expression. We create a pattern, used expression is the expression, which is claim use expression, which is that. And we do const let because this is going to be evaluated, right? We have this as an evaluated expression. Interesting. So what? But what happens if, like for example, over here, can I rename this? Can I rename this to chart2? Chart2 is not found. I renamed. Only in that file. As a result, let's go to hello world. Let's say x is 1 to 3, use x. Can I go to the definition of x here? I cannot, right? Can I rename x to y? It only renames it here, right? So yeah, that makes sense why it cannot find the definition then, maybe. But what am I actually covering here is the question. When I say use, we have this used expression. And we have that. So I have a const lat, which results in use expression to be evaluated. So like I at least should be able to hover the evaluated thing, right? Though I should also be able to hover the pattern itself, which is this pattern. Use the expression data span. If I have the LSP hover, when I'm trying to hover this thing, hover, let's see. So we're trying to see what. So we're trying to find the hover information from the inner nodes. And the name is also here. So hover is giving me the hover information, which includes the information of how to rename the thing. So if I have the information returns to me from one of the inner nodes, then I do that. Otherwise, I do that. But what if the inner node has the same span as the current one, right? Contain span, hover span. So hold on, I already had common compiled thing like this before. Literally the same thing as I just did. Hover. So inner compiled is just I'm trying to find all of the inner expressions, right? So for example, when we say use, we compile it as a const lat, where pattern is the binding here, and the x and the value is equal to the thing, which has the same span. So that's the issue. I feel like I am potentially hovering multiple things, right? I am potentially hovering multiple things. But what I'm trying to find is I'm trying to find the innermost thing which I'm hovering, right? But some things actually have the same span, which is weird. But I might just override something because of that. You know? Like I can hover and I know that this is a type, right? But what am I hovering right now? Let's actually maybe what is my hover info, right? What is my hover info? We have a type, rename, file, type, hover info type, rename is hover info rename. Wait, what about go to definition? Find definition. Find definition. This is like another like LSP thing, right? So I'm just doing the hover. I'm trying to see that is based on renaming, right? So that's what I want to see, right? We have hover info rename, which is option, right? Yeah, it's just like not the entire hover info, but like all of these are like separate things. All of these are separate things that we are hovering, you know? Yeah, that's the problem. So hover info is basically we have hover info type option, we have rename option, and we have the file option, right? These are the things that can be under the cursor, right? And we can have multiple of them, right? Okay. So hover info is being returned from the hover tuple, right? But we should just return hover info, not hover info option, you know? Yeah. Not hover info option. But this means that if I don't have the tuple here, right? So if this is not a tuple, then I should just return hover info, which is which has all the fields which are none, right? So I'm just going to match this with some tuple, then we return that. And if it's none, then we return hover info none. Let's do this. Hover info none is type is none, rename is none, and file is none, right? Which is not exactly hover text info. Hover text info. I mean, this one should be optional, right? Too, because info type is optional. We're going to, I guess, match info type with some type, then type. If it's none, then we just do empty string, I guess. We don't know what we are hovering. So we don't find a map anymore, right? We need to do something like fold here in this case. Because we can potentially... Well, I mean, in this case, we do find map, right? Type is this, rename is that, file is that. Sure, fine. Let's say match this with some result, then result none. We just return this. Option value default is hover info none, right? Something like this. Type is sum. In this case, hover specifically this thing. Included file is included file. Match hover tuple. That tuple. Let's result be hover tuple, and I'm going to always update here, right? This thing. I need to like merge this thing, right? Let hello Boolean, hello, hi, how are you doing? What do I do here? Like I need to say result let this is the result tuple, and this is the result like compiled or whatever. I don't know what to call it properly. And we have like combine hover info result tuple and result compiled, and that is my actual result. In this case, type is sum. Type is sum. Type is sum. Some I mean, right? I mean, or we can, I mean, hover tuple is only used in this only place. Maybe this one should still return option, like, because sum means that it's a tuple. Fine, you know, let tuple be this and that. Tuple parts. Okay, just return, just do it like before. Just do it like before. Option. I'm also good. I'm improving the language a lot. I'm kind of happy with how it's going so far. I rewrote my chatbot in the language yesterday, which is really nice. Soon, TM, the language is going to be actually usable, I guess. Maybe in a year or something. Combine hover info. So I don't combine hover info. Fine. We'll do the same. Fine. we match hover tuple with some tuple, some result none, then we, okay, I do just bit like before. Fine, I'm okay here. Wait, but am I? But hover is the thing that should not return the option anymore, right? This is the important one. This one should not return option because hover always returns hover info, but which potentially is not. So like over here we need to not do the find map. We need to fold, right? We need to sequence fold left. Fold left. We have function accumulator, which is like accumulator, right? And then like we need to combine hover info accumulator and this thing. And when we fold, I need to also give it the starting one, which is M, which is like hover info none, right? I guess. So I don't match this, but I always try to hover specifically, right? So yeah, I just say inner, but in this case, I return hover specifically this, but I also combine hover info inner and hovering specifically this thing, right? So now I just need to tell it what does it mean to hover, to combine the hover infos, right? Hover, on hover I just show the type, right? So I just say let type be hover info dot type, and over here just say type span, right? Okay, so what is combine? Combine hover info a b is file is a option or b rename is a rename option or b rename. This is a file or b file, and type is a type or b type. Okay, let's move this closer to the actual hover info over here, and let's see if this works now. Restart language server. Okay, it doesn't work. Nice, good. I did all of this change for nothing, right? So I can hover this. I know the type, and I know that the type is this, right? But I still cannot. Also, I cannot hover this thing, which is weird. Hold on. This over here cannot be hovered. That is weird. That is weird. Or is it not weird? inner compiled with handler. We like do this mesh on that, then if the evaluate expressions, then I also handle that. Yep. And if we have type description, then we also handle that. Yeah. Okay. What if I say, here's another option. Here's another option. I can say that when I'm hovering, or like when I'm combining hover info, I can say that over here BA instead, so that we prefer the second one. But that sounds really wrong, because now when I'm hovering this thing, it like covers the entire thing, right? Because the entire thing is obviously covering the cursor, so it makes sense. So I actually try to find the one that is inside the cursor the most, which is why I don't do that. A beam. So it says, what about rename though, right? I can rename. This element cannot be renamed, for example, right? But this element can be renamed. And if I try to rename this, what is going to happen? This is going to happen. Wait, did it actually rename it though? It actually did rename it, right? It actually did rename it though, properly. Which is weird. What if I rename this one, string 123? Now that it does not rename, right? That only renames in this place. That only renames in this place. Okay. Oh wait, hold on. I understand. Right? Yes, I do understand. In the core syntax, once again, in the core syntax, we say over here, I'm creating the reference, but I never say that this is the same as the original binding label, right? Yeah. I never say that. I create the reference, which means that we save the fact that this should be renamed in this place. Can I? What happens if I just say binding.label here though? If I say the original label, what happens then? This is not going to be correct though, I think. But maybe if I try to rename this. It renamed all of the strings now, right? So all of the strings are now string 123s. So at least that, at least the renaming worked properly. Right? But why can I not go to the definition here? Why? Well, because I never constructed the reference here, right? I think. How do I find, like, if I can rename it, why can I not go to the definition though? And why was it renamed under the cursor too? Wait, what? Why did it work? Hold on. Rename. Rename. When I am hovering, I'm tuple. This is not a tuple though. So this is a pattern, which is a binding. So we have span, which is binding span. Binding span. and definition is defined in the binding definition binding. Defined here, binding definition binding. Label definition of the binding label, right? Or maybe it only works because the hover, like there's no way, right? Because when I say rename, am I not saying the list of edits? Changes, right? Changes, text edit list, URI update, text edit, comment to range, changes, spans. So definition, span, and definition references, right? Definition span. This is performing the rename, right? Can I log here? Log info. Renaming. Renaming spans list print span print spans. Can I do that? Let's go hello. Let's say const foo is module let x be 1 2 3. Used foo.star use x or whatever. I don't know, like this x over here is the same x as this one, right? So if I rename this to xyz, it is renaming it, right? But why? What if I rename over here though, xyz? It actually renames it there too. But why? I guess I am... Why does this work? Renaming spans, like literally these two, right? So where is this span coming from though? That's the question. And why can I not go to the definition here? Can I say over here though, x plus x? And what is this x? So like now I'm going to the definition and this is the definition. That's correct. That's what I want the definition to be, right? But I cannot do it here. Okay, so why is that correct? What? If this over here is the one that is used, I'm not creating a new reference, right? But oh, because it's a binding span? Oh. Wait. Yes. Because I, for some reason, say binding dot span somewhere over here, right? This is renaming, and this is my span. So I'm always renaming the binding that I'm hovering, and yeah, okay. But technically, this span should also be stored over there, right? Because if we, for example, if I go back here and I try to find references, wait, what? I try to find references and I actually see this here as a reference. Oh, but I see it as a reference because this is the thing. This is the evaluated expression. That's why. Okay, I understand now why it's happening. Okay, but why can I not go to the definition though? Because if I just say x, I can go to it, right? But if I say use x, I cannot. Okay, so like it's working, but it's like kind of not exactly supposed to work. Maybe. Do I say label.unite somewhere? I'm doing this. That's for fields. Unite type tuple label unite. Wait. What? unite. Oh, we have add reference. Yeah, we have this add reference. So I'm adding reference when I'm trying to find the binding in the scope. Yeah, okay. Okay, so we actually use the original label, but we want to add reference to that label to be this thing, right? Potentially. But also I guess it kind of doesn't matter indeed. Okay. Okay. So here's the question then. If I can rename what I cannot go to definition because it's supposed to be the same thing, right? So, okay, hover, find definition. Find definition. We just find hover info. And if I'm not hovering a file, if I can rename, if I am renaming, but it's hover info rename. If it's defined not here, wait, what? Let definition be match hover info rename. If it is defined not here, then that's the definition. Right? But it's defined here. Wait, what? Defined here. Hold on. Defined here and defined not here. What do you mean? Who wrote this code? Did I do that? Defined here because it's a binding, right? And if I'm defined here, because this is a pattern binding, I cannot go to definition here. Oh, I see. You did not write that. I see what happens. I see what happens. I see what happens. So the thing is, because I should not be able to go to definition when I say like you know, let x be 1 2 3, when I'm hovering this thing, I should not be able to go to definition because I'm already hovering the definition, right? So in this case, when I'm saying use x, this over here also defines a new thing, x, right? Which is equal to the original x, you know, in the current scope. Like especially if we say like use foo.x, right? This defines a new thing here, right? So which means that it's basically same as let x be equal to foo x, kind of. Not exactly, but it's kind of the same thing. When like same, I cannot go to the definition here, but I can go to the definition on this one, right? And because this one is merging these things, it leads to me having this thing defined here, which means that I cannot go to the definition. But I feel like this is a little bit different, right? Hover info rename, like it's do I matter like defined here? Defined here, yeah, and then that's what why I can rename, because I can rename in any place. But whether, like for example, when I'm constructing the type which specifies the variant, then the variant is also defined like there, right? Yeah. But pattern binding in case of a use is actually like, yeah. I see. So like I'm hovering multiple things. One of them is defined here and one of them is defined not here. And I should prioritize the fact that it's defined not here or something. When I'm combining, you know, combine hover infos. If these are both renames, but one of them is defined not here. Can I say like, how do you do the maximum? How do you do the maximum value? So renames, they have our info rename, right? This has definition mode and span. So definition mode is not here, which is like bigger than this one, right? So if I just have the maximum, then it should work, right? So do I just say maximum of A rename and B rename? Is that it? Okay, now I can. Now I can. Now I can go to the definition here. What if I say use X? There we go. I can go to the definition now. Nice. So if I go to the prelude, I use string, I can go to the definition of string, right? Okay, use std prelude, this is the prelude, I look, okay, and like we can go between the things. Okay, nice, I think I fixed it. It's a little bit cursed though, this fix. I should at least add a comment here. I'm using the polymorphic one, right? I should at least add a comment in this place. Something like we max using max means that defined not here is preferred to defined here, which is important for things like use who, right? Let's at least add some comment like this. And the other things are probably also important, right? Fix go to definition in use expressions. All right. Is that all of the LSP issues that I had that I need to fix? There's probably more, but I will say that this is good enough for now. Probably, right? This is probably good enough for now. What next? So there is like int64 literals, which I was going for. LSP doesn't work in std outside of this repo because it's not in the workspace. Like this one is actually solved, right? String interpolation, TCP listens, arrays, constants. Let's make these literals, sure. So the way we do int64 literals, right? So we literally want to make sure that code like this, let x int64 is 1 to 3. This does not work right now, right? Because it thinks that this is an int32, but it should be like polymorphic integer literals, which should work for all the types. But by default, we want it to be infer to be an int32, right? That's the thing, which means that we need to have basically in our type inference the default inference for some inference variables. If we cannot infer what it is, then we should infer it as the default type, right? Yeah, that's what we want, which means that we have inference base over here. So we right now store for every inference variable, whether it is inferred or not, and that's it. But now we also want to have like the default. The default, if we cannot infer it, then we are going to use some default, which is also an option, right? Because we might not have a default, right? So when we say new not inferred, we can give it the default, which is is that the syntax? Function default. Okay, so I just put the default here directly. New inferred. If it's already inferred, then we don't have any default, right? Default is none in this case. This optional argument cannot be erased. This optional argument cannot be erased. Why not? Because this one over here is a named argument, which can be in any position, not necessarily before this, not necessarily after this, but also before. But if I make this just a span like that, then that's going to work. Fine. Let's remove the arguments from being named here. So when I'm printing this thing, default, I guess the default doesn't matter. I mean, if it's not inferred, do I print the default here? I don't know. Let's not print it right now. Now this is the important part. When we have the when we have inference and we know that two variables are equal, and we need to basically merge their defaults, right? We need to merge their defaults. Right? So we say that default is match default A and default B with. So if it is none and none, then we give it none. If it is some x and none, or none and some x, then it is some x, right? And if it is some, similarly to inferred, right? This is literally the same. If we have some A and some B, then we have some unite inferred. Span AB. Because they must be united. But in this case, if the unification fails, if the default unification fails, we should actually like just say that there is no default at the anymore. We should not fail, actually, right? Which means that if during this the inference error is happening, or this one, like this should be tried, and if we have error, if we have an error of unification of the default, we should just ignore it, right? We should just return none, right? But I should like effect discontinue k with canceling or whatever, right? I should cancel that continuation. And the return none. So like the try should be on the outside, and this should be over here, right? Effect discontinue. Well, I mean, I don't discontinue it at all, right? Wait, how do I do this? I want to not continue the effect. The expression has type A option, but the expression have type F. And because it's in the left height of a sequence. Yeah. If I just don't do that, then this over here right now is actually leaking memory in OCaml, right? To do k is leaked. Let's just say to do here. So apparently in OCaml you leak memory by not continuing the continuations because they are supposed to be linear. So this is no longer named, new inferred and no new not inferred. But we instead have a default, which is A, which is optional, right? Okay, there we go. New inferred span, 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 span. Span, 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 span. Okay, success. All right, so we have the defaults now, and we can unite them. But the only thing that is left is to actually. Well, I mean, now we should in the compiler. When I'm compiling the number, so right now the numbers are constants of int 32, right? That's what we're compiling it to, right? But we should instead have a constant for these. It should be a constant, which is okay. Constant is value new not inferred span, right? We return a constant which is this const, you know. But then we basically I want to like know the type here, right? Initialize expression, right? Yeah, like I initialize this expression. New not inferred value. Can I have new not inferred of a type? We've inferred new not inferred value. I have new not inferred value of type, right? Is this used at all? New not inferred value of type. Let new not inferred of type is inference new not inferred value of type. Yeah, let's do this. Let's have new not inferred of type, right? Type. But what is the type? Type is type new not inferred span then we say type type variable inference variable. Once it is inferred, the type, once the type is inferred, we are actually going to do something about it, right? So we're going to match type with, if it is type int32, then we actually are going to parse the value here, right? If it is anything else, then we are going to say that span number literal inferred as type shape print other. Okay. So we have this thing. Can I say like that const var inference var infer as oh, I need to have unite here. No, never mind. Value expect value infer inference value expect inferred as this thing, right? Is that what we want? Const expect inferred as this value. Like this is the actual value. Okay, that actual const is, so this is going to be value shape. Let's just do this. And then after all of this, you know, over here, I will say that. That makes sense, right? And in this case, I return value error, I guess. Okay, so we have int32, we have int64, right? Which is int64 of string. We can also do the number literals, which is float64, right? Which is going to be float of string. The float64, right? So these are all the number literals that we support right now. Now I need to like give it the default type. Type new not inferred is new not inferred type. This span default. Let's have over here no not inferred type. Let's say with default. 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 Right. Default type shape. Yeah, sure. Let's do that. New not inferred with default. So what's the default one though, right? What is this? Fold tie sh. I was not doing that, right? So in the compiler, we're going to have type new not inferred with default. And what is the default? What is the default, right? So default is going to be match. So if the if the raw number token contains the dot, string contains if string contains raw dot, then type float 64, else type int 32, right? That's what we do. And we can also like we also had customizable thing before, but that's what we do for now. This is going to be type shape. Okay, so now we have the default. The thing is though, I never enforce the default if it's not inferred, right? Yep, I never do that. So if I say let x be 1, what is x? Well, x is not inferred because we don't know the type here, right? This is actually not inferred value. Unless I say x int 64, unless I say x std int 64, well, now it's error because we inferred this thing to be error, of course, right? Because if we number literally is inferred as error. Okay, let's do it from scratch. X is 1, and then we say x, but then we say x is std int 64. And this is actually now parsed as 1, right? But if I say let x be 1 and we say x is std float 64, then it's going to be actually this thing, right? So yeah, now this is based on type inference. But what we want is to default to this. So in some timings, we want the things to be default, right? When should that happen? Well, that should happen when we actually like we need to like do what? Like in this case, for example, I'm printing it. This is the REPL though specific, right? Yeah, maybe like enforcing the default here would probably make sense, right? If I say 2 plus 2, now this doesn't work, right? The error is that the value is not inferred and cannot be awaited. Maybe I should do, if I try to have a value and I cannot await it, it means that it should be defaulted, basically, right? Because like what else can we do? We just enforce it to be the default one. When I actually try to do that, right? Also, the default should be enforced when I like finished compiling like the single compilation unit. I should enforce all the types to be inferred basically anyway, right? Which means going over and making sure that they are defaulted. Since I can await the things sometimes, it also means that some of the functions are not going to be compiled until the defaults are resolved, right? What is We have a await update, right? Await update, await inferred, await update, await inferred, error shape, var. Await inferred, error shape, var. Else error shape. Oh, yeah. So we say over here that we're trying to perform the await update. Await update is the thing that returns false. If we cannot await, right? Over here, we continue with the failure. That it's not inferred and cannot be awaited. I should try though. This is not just in 64 literals. This is like default defaults for inference or whatever. If name is TTT, then effect discontinue failure. Yeah, that's code. That's what this says. Let's remove it. Sure. Well, we already returned the arrow shape here though, right? Yeah, because for the LSP, I guess, right? Wait, where is the LSP awaiting for being handled? LSP processing. We have a bunch of effect handlers over here. No, this is just the errors. And reading source files. Wait. Cast. Effect inference is here, right? Continue with fail. Not inferred and cannot be awaited. Well, I mean, it's because I'm not awaiting the things there, right? That makes sense. But I guess I could crash my LSP if I tried to evaluate the thing at compile time, which is not available, right? If I go to hello here and I say like and if I say like comp time 2 plus 2, right? So this is definitely not compiled, right? Oh, it's because I have an exception. I have an exception failure, and I'm just like handling all exceptions right now. But it's not even telling me what the issue is. Okay. Well, it's not completely crashing, I guess. Right? Yeah, but the type here is not inferred. So okay, so sometimes I need to know the thing, right? I need to know the thing. And in order to know the thing, if we don't know the thing, we might want instead to use the default thing, because at least we can continue then, right? And only that's the only time when we should do that, or not? So when I cannot make more progress? I'm not exactly sure when should this happen, but that's how I did it in my previous version. I basically had the thing, which was called like x inferred or default. So we get the actual value if it is an inference var. Inferred or default is what we have. So for inference variables, this is without weighting though, right? This is without weighting. This is not await inferred. This is like separate thing. Like sometimes I want the value right now without waiting for it. Basically, right? But I feel like I feel like it should only do that if I'm trying to wait and no progress is happening. Then we start setting the defaults that are relevant for the current thing that we're waiting for. Because we're not, like, sometimes I'm waiting for this to be inferred in order to finish compiling a function, right? This means that if I'm trying to wait for the function to be if I need the function to be compiled right now, and I can no longer wait, then I need to set all the things to be defaulted now, right? That the compilation is stuck on. Okay. Which means that in our async model, we need to somehow like track dependencies, right? Like if I just say right now, let's just go here, right? We over here, it's not inferred and cannot be awaited, right? But let's just say that I'm going to continue this. Once this variable, I'm going to continue this. If this variable has a default, right? Or something. Right? Await update. Can I say inference variable inferred or default? Let's just do that. So inferred or default. Okay, sure, var, right? And I'm going to match this with, if it is, if we actually set it to be sum, then we are going to affect continue k true. But if it is none, then we're going to it's not inferred and cannot be awaited anymore, right? Yeah. So let's have this thing in inference base, right? I want to have inferred or default, which is a var into a option, right? Inferred opt. Right? We're just going to say that inferred or default is function variable into. We're going to say that root is find root variable, right? If match root inferred with some inferred, then we return some inferred. If it is none, then we are going to match root default with some default. Well, if it's none, then we just return none, right? But if it is some default, then what do we do? And then what do we do here? So in this case, I need to basically infer this thing as default, right? Yeah. And to infer this thing as the default value. Right? So I say var infer as, so, but this means that I need to know how to unite this variable now, right? Oh my god, this is so annoying. Okay. Well, I mean, do I just expect no unification to happen here then, right? Because, like, this is not inferred at all, right? Well, I mean, hold on. This is not inferred at all. So all I know that it's not inferred, right? And I just set the inferred root inferred. This is mutable inferred. I cannot like mutate this here, right? I just say var. Sure, let's find a root var. A root var is this. That root is find root var. We do that. So in this case, we say that root var is root var is var, which has state, right? So root var state is a root new data, right? What is new data? New root. So root with something else, right? But that one was actually mutable. Maybe I should just mutate it in place then. Or maybe not. A root with inferred being some default, right? That's what we want. Then I return, then we just return inferred or default. So then we just return inferred opt var, right? Inferred is this, default is none now. We don't care about the defaults now, I guess. Well, I mean, we don't really care about what default is. Root. This form is not allowed as the type of the inline direct is the type could to escape. Wait, really? This stupid thing. And to like make sure that these things are not used, you know. Root dot on unite is empty list. Root dot once inferred is empty list. Root. Oh, I need like to say data is that. That's what I want. So we just say that inferred is some default, right? But we also want to like potentially continue data around once inferred is needed. Right? That's the thing that I need. So I did not unite anything. Because we only had one data still, right? So this is over here is data, right? I'm just going to say that data is this. Run once in, okay. Data run once inferred is needed. But before, like, I need to change the root then, right? Because now we have the new data or whatever. No, but to run once inferred is needed, if needed, should only happen like after I say that the root variable is now inferred, right? Like this is actually inferred now, right? I assign this. Data run once inferred if needed. Wait, but this is only unite data. Unite data returns the new data. Oh, I think I see. Like when we unite the data, it does not necessarily mean. This does not necessarily mean. This does not necessarily mean that the variable is now inferred, which actually is. I know this bug, this other bug. I was wondering what it is. Await inferred versus once inferred is different because await inferred is implemented using once inferred, but when I do await inferred, it's not necessarily actually inferred, is the thing. Because once inferred is called before the variable is set to be inferred. It's called when we infer the value, but we don't update the variable to be equal to the value, is the thing, right? Yeah. Yeah. That makes sense. That makes sense. So I don't do the data. Yeah, over here I do the run once inferred after I change the root variable state. So before of this, nothing can happen. And after this, we don't care what happens. Yeah? Yeah. Okay, let's try again, right? If I say 2 plus 2 now. This is not inferred and cannot be awaited. Well, because this is a value, right? Because this over here is a value, which has the default type. I'm awaiting. So, okay. Hold on. So in this case, when we say await inferred, this thing does not have the default value, right? Because this is a value which has a default type. I don't have the default value here necessarily, right? But once the type is inferred, we will be able to know the value. Right? There is also another possibility. I believe that previously we actually had here's my expressions before, right? I had actually number and string as expression, which means that I actually try to parse this string, which represents the number, at runtime, not at compile time. Which means that at this case, when I evaluate the number literal, only then I need it to be the default. But that means that it's done at runtime, but actually this is okay for the interpreter, right? But it just means that I instead of saying that it's a constant, it's actually the number expression, which is different. Right? And we have a string which has string, which just has the value, right? Yeah. Okay. But if I want to do it my way, the new way, the better way, then it means that when I need these to be defaulted, right? I feel like what we want here is potentially like my values, like instead of having the default, which is value option, right? I want to say something like that we have the default. Let's say that default is just a function that should be called when I need it, you know? So we just store the function to infer this thing as something else, right? So, like, if it is needed, you know? So it's not like really the default then in this case. Right? It's not default, it's just this is not default. Like, what do I call it? We really need this right now. We cannot wait anymore. Maybe it should be like something like setup default. Setup default should be a function. What if there are multiple defaults from coming from different places? Then we just keep one of them, right? So this should just be like a function, unit, then option, and potentially this is the function that just says that this variable is now equal to like this new value, right? So I don't say new, not inferred. Let's go back to spend here, right? I guess. Setup default is none. Setup default. This option, should this be mutable? Setup default is none. Setup default, setup default, setup default. So we actually, if we have two of these setup functions, then we only keep one. If we have two defaults. That makes sense. But doesn't mean that, that this is RNG right now, because I actually have RNG currently, right? Here, somewhere, we have random bool. So it is actually RNG, kind of. Maybe it's fine. Let's see. New inferred span. Root. Inferred or default? We don't... I mean, sure, inferred or default just means that if this is not inferred, right? Let's just do this. Match inferred opt var with like some inferred, then some inferred, right? And if it's none, then we just say that root is find root var, and then we just say that match root default with some root setup default. Some, if we have a function here, basically, right? Then I'm just going to call this function, right? That's all. And then after we call this function, we just return the like if this is inferred after calling this function, basically. Then that is very simple. Okay. So yeah, this span. There is no default span. I guess I want to have like the function that is like saying setup default, right? Which if I have a variable and I have a function, then it just returns unit here, right? Setup default, like this. So setup default f var is basically let root var be find root var let root be find root var setup default. I'm just going to overwrite it, right? I'm just going to say that root var data is root var state is root data is root with setup default equal f, right? Equal some f, right? Like this. There you go. Yeah, so we don't infer anything here, right? We just set the default thing. Okay, sure. Now I bring back the span here. New not inferred type with default. This basically, I don't give it the default, right? I just say that this is the variable, right? I just say that this is the variable. And then I say variable inference var setup default. I say that var inference var infer as span default. I need to have like unite, right? Unite type shape. Hello? Default. Default, but should the default be type shape here? Maybe let's remove this completely, because I'm only going to have that in one place anyway. New dot inferred with default. We just remove this thing. So we don't have new not inferred with default. Instead we say new not inferred span. Here's my default, which is the type shape, right? I'm just going to say that type variable inference var setup default function. What? We just say that type inference type expects inferred as span type new type inferred span default. Is that what I want? Right? So the default is that we infer it as the default, basically, right? That's what we do. Yeah. But we have a constant. Constant is a new not inferred, right? And basically when we yeah, we basically need to say that so this over here is the fact that we should infer the type to be this, right? So we should be both the yeah, okay. So this over here, setup default. Setup default is this function, right? Setup default is me setting up the type to be inferred as the default type, right? Which is based on the dot here. So we do this when I need to set up, when I need to know the type, or when I need to know the constant too, right? So we just say type, we just say constant is also setup default should be also setup default, right? So basically when I want to know the value of the constant, we are going to call this function, which is going to infer the type as this, and then because we have this handler, because the type is inferred, we are going to actually infer the value so that we actually can make progress. Okay. So that's right. Wait, this over here is returning Boolean. Setup default. Why is this returning Boolean? Oh, because I say equal. This should be like assigning, right? Yeah, there you go. Success. All right, let's see now. Let's see now, cast. 2 plus 2, 4. Okay, nice. But if I say 2 plus 2 and all of this is a float 64, then it is a 4.0, right? There you go. Okay. So like, well, let's see here. If I do cast compile echo 2 plus 2. If we just look at the result here, right? Then the types are not inferred at all, though, right? So I cannot, I don't know this, right? I don't know the types. Yeah, because this type is not inferred. But so like right now I am enforcing the types to be inferred only when I like evaluate this thing. But is that good enough? How about I try to test advent of code, right? We have the advent of code solutions, and it's going to say now that day one part one. Wait, what? Example part 2 txt, no such file or directory. Wait, what? Let's go to projects, advent of code 25, source day one. Tests. Like I'm just running this code, right? Example part 2. If part is 2 and file is this, then example part 2. Wait, example part 2 is only needed for day 11, right? Yeah, over here. If day is 11 and part is 2, and then we have example part 2, basically. Right? That's just the test being wrong, okay? This is a long stack trace. No implementation for type underscore and generic, right? This. So when I'm evaluating cast expression. So yeah, it says no implementation of type underscore as generic. When I'm doing this string. When I have a test, when I have this thing, toString part, right? Because part in this case, right, part is just so this is like literal, right? And we don't infer this to be an int32 now. But doesn't this mean that when I'm trying to no impl, like shouldn't I just say here? Because when I evaluate expression cast, like this thing should be evaluated, like this cannot be not inferred value, right? This cannot be not inferred value at all, right? So into setup default if needed, right? And setup default if needed. Wait, setup default if needed, right? Value var inference var, like we have inferred or default, which is calling that, so I can just do this and then ignore the result. But I feel like I want setup default if needed. I want this to be another function, right? Which means that inferred or default should basically be setup default if needed var, and then just return the inferred opt, right? Okay. Then we just say that setup default if needed var is just this. Is just this. So if it is inferred, then we don't do anything. But if it's not inferred, then I just call the setup default function, right? And that's it. Setup default if needed. This just takes the variable and applies the function that we registered if needed, if the value is not inferred, right? So over here, I don't have. I mean, yeah, inferred or default. Yeah, sure. Sure, whatever. Okay, so and now what do I need to do? Success. Do I need to do nothing? Test advanced code. Okay. So now it's going to say that no implementation for type. This says that, right? No implementation. Set up default if needed was happening, right? Set up default if needed is happening for the value, which is a type. Oh, wait, value is a type, right? We have type underscore, right? Like we need this to be fully inferred is the main thing, right? So it's like set up default like recursively or whatever. Right? I need to value var, like await fully inferred is the thing that I had before. Right? This is value. Value. Okay. How about this? For now, to do value await fully inferred is what we want, right? Because that's what I need right now. Right, so I have to but for now I'm just going to say match value var inference var inferred or default. And if it is the some type, then type var inference var set up default if needed. In any other case, I don't do anything. It's like a hack for my current problem that I have. Okay, so the advent of code is working. Day 2 is now being tested. There is like 2 days of advent of code which are really slow in the current interpreter though. I think in general though I have made this feature, right? The only problem is that when we work in the LSP, when we work in the editor and we try to like hover and to use the LSP, like over here, right? When I hover, this is underscore, right? But maybe we should just when we print the type, at least when we print the type in the LSP, that we should print the default, maybe. Right? Maybe I should just print the default here. That's one way. Another way is actually enforce when I compile the thing, all the things to be inferred as defaults, right? Because if this is inferred to an integer, then this might trigger like some other inference that is actually going to fail. right? Like for example, right now I can print this. No, if I print, then number literally inferred a string, right? This is not correct, right? This is obviously a bug, right? This obviously is a bug, yeah. So I actually have the thing working. Maybe I don't need to do anything. Yeah, maybe I just show these types as their defaults, right? When I do the hover. So when I do hover here, type print, like instead of doing type print. Oh wait, but I don't have the default because now the only way to have the default is to set up the default, which is a little bit weird, right? Interesting. So do I just say here? Do I just say type variable cast inference var setup default if needed here, like literally in the LSP when I'm hovering? That's probably not what I want, but you know, to do better solution, right? That's not the solution that I want, I think. Let's restart language server. So now if I hover this, it's going to say int32, right? And this entire thing is int32. Wait, but this entire thing is int32, right? I mean, yeah. But what if I restart language server here and look at the result? It is, I mean, the result is the same as this type, so like it's the same, yeah. Is this not going to lead to any problems? But if I say that this is in64, then now this is in 64. Let's see if that works. Let's see if something breaks. I mean, the it looks like the advent of code is working, right? What is this? This is yeah, like the first 7 days of advent of code are still working properly, right? So maybe maybe there is no issues with this approach. I don't know. We'll have to see. Okay. So I'm just going to revert this thing, and I'm going to commit. Defaults for inference. Implement number 28. Okay, and then there was this other thing. Let me just test this. So there is this bug: await inferred versus once inferred. I made a separate branch where I could test this issue. Let's just stop the advent of code testing. I'm just going to check out this branch, right? And we can replicate here, I think, by just running the hello KS. Yeah, this thing. This thing. If I just do cast cast examples hello. So expected tuple got 1. I mean, that makes sense. Inferred this over here. So here is the thing that's happening, though. It doesn't matter, right? I can say like 1 and 2 here, right? But that's not the issue. The issue is that this over here, this doesn't work because it says that this thing, this variable, the type of this variable is not known. But why is the type of this variable not known? Right? Here's the thing. It was actually inferred. It was actually inferred. This thing was inferred. This is inferred to be a pair of integers, but I was also trying to await this thing to be inferred, and it was never awaited, is the problem. So the reason for this is, I think I understand the bug now. So we have inference base here. This is the old version, but we have this once inferred function, which is called run once inferred is needed. This is called either when I'm registering the thing or when I'm uniting the data. But when I'm uniting the data, this thing is potentially like it is not assigned to the variable itself, which means that whenever I'm uniting the data over here, now that I have united the data, now have updated this state of the variable. Now this is where the united data final, this is where I should actually call this, right? So united data final once inferred if run once inferred if needed, right? Right, so we only run this thing after we actually change the state of the variables properly. Let's see if that works. So now this is inferred via await and via this, but it still did not infer it though. Wait, what? While evaluating assign here, exception variable. This variable is not inferred and cannot be awaited. Restart language server. Shutting down. Oh, because I'm just printing this thing now. Yeah. Okay. While evaluating, if this is not inferred and cannot be awaited, while evaluating this assign expression, discontinue. Is because that was discontinued. I was doing pattern matching. Unpack pattern. Back to pattern, data type. Oh, because I never inferred the type here. But why? I think this though is like before I inferred it. But wait, but I inferred this, right? I inferred this to be that. But I did not infer the type of a packed pattern or something. Inference simple. No, not inference simple. It's like in the compiler init. In the tuple type. No, we have the once invert here if false. Oh yeah, because over here we want if true, right? So this one is actually inferring it now, right? Yeah, okay, never mind. This was like a test. So yeah, this is what I need to do. I feel like this is figured out. The actual fix. So this is the actual fix. We just move the data run once inferred over there. I'm going to commit to this branch, and I'm going to switch back to the main branch and do the same fix there. I'm going to run once inferred on the final data, united data final. Fix this one, number 26. All right, more bugs are fixed. Nice. What else do I do? More bugs are fixed. Let's see, 13 more issues. 11 more issues. Wait, what was closed? Oh yeah, wait. Did I not push? Oh, implement does not close the issues in GitHub. It does so in GitLab, but it doesn't do it on GitHub. Okay. Ten more issues. Arrays, constant and square meshing, transpiling, string interpolation, TCP listen. Let's just go over maybe the standard library. There was something in the bot. So in the bot, for example, one of the things that I have is the map, right? We have source map. Map doesn't belong here. Map belongs in the standard library. So let's have in std collections map. Right. So this is just going to be like a module like this. Const map is include map. Trip split, this belongs into this the trip, of course. It's just trip.split. But trip split has the different implementation. Right? Trip split has a different implementation. This implementation is different because it just has these things inverted, right? It has this thing inverted, which also means that over here. So the problem was that node split behavior was a little bit confusing. This is supposed to make it less confusing because it's supposed to say that does this node belong to the right subtree or to the left subtree, or should I just split this, right? where does the node we are at belong? Is the question that we're answering. But it was different previously. So let's say that this is trip split, but this not needs to be changed, or this is the right subtree and this is the left subtree. So basically, we're splitting based on the index here, right? So if the index, so if the length of the left node is less, strictly less than index, it means that the current node is in the left subtree, is in the right subtree. If the amount of elements less than the current node is less than index, then we are in the right subtree. If there is more than or equal, then we are in the left subtree. Yeah. But if it's in the left subtree over here, then let's just do it like this: left and right. So I am in the left subtree. The right subtree is going to be split, and we do that. Okay. Trip split. Let's rename this back to split. Let's find all the references here. So there's like map, and then there's trip. This is the only references to it, really? Wait, but am I not using the trip splits in the list? I guess not, because the list use the split add function, right? Let's just test Advent of Code here again, because Advent of Code is making use of this, I guess. The first couple days work, and it seems like this is fine. So this is the map in the standard library. Do I just say map t here, by the way? There we go, map t, map t, map t. That also should work, right? Like map.t. For now, okay. What about trips? What about trips? We also have t, and I have trip is equal to t. But I think then I should just say over here, not trip. But trip.t. And then we say that here that this is like capital trip. I think capitals make more sense here now to me. You should fix the namings of things. Trip is all capital trip. Q trip T. So this is going to be actually just T. We don't have Q. Instead of Q, we're saying QT for now, right? Same as this. We just say T is this. Instead of trip, we say trip. And instead of a list, we say a list T. Okay. File unavailable, std net mod. Wait, what? That's a weird bug. Wait, I panicked out of bounds in day 3, which feels wrong. Day 3 of Advent of Code is no longer working. Field list is not there. Use collections list. What's up? Hello, fly. What's up? I just fixed a couple bugs. I'm just like fixing some things in the standard library, I guess. So test Advent of Code is no longer working because I need to change it. What does this say? That file is unavailable, stdnetmod. It's definitely here, right? Like, and this works too. Which is very weird. Number literal inferred as string. How long have I been working on cast? For a little over the year, I guess. Could not find list. Yeah. So we say now list. Function cannot be a type. Yes. Wait, this actually says unexpected. AB FA into FB. This is the correct thing, right? Okay, some of these errors are actually expected to be errors. Use std collections trip. So I just named this capital case now. So and this thing says that file unavailable. Dune. Why does it say Dune? Dune says that file is unavailable. What? Maybe I need to change, restart the OCaml language server. No. Cast language server. No. Wait, who is saying? Wait, this is Dune. It makes no sense. Let's just reload the window. File unavailable. stdnet mod ks. This problem. It says Dune. Dune is the OCaml package manager. So why does it say that? Okay, that's not my language server that's doing that. But it's very weird. Wait, hold on, is it? What if I say cast? I can, like, if I close everything and then I reload the window, we don't have any errors, right? No, we do have errors, right? These are the only two errors, actually. Because they appear before I also because my cast language server only opens when I see the KS file, but until then it's this error still exists. Yeah, this is the Dune file unavailable. What does this even mean? Can I maybe like remove ref build? How about that? Then this actually this makes this error go away. This actually helps. All right, what else do I want to change? I want to like basically do some renamings right now in the standard library. I feel like for consistency, I want my all of my types to be capital case. That would probably make sense, right? Here's the standard library, right? Unwind unit. Loop block, loop body, boolean. I feel like booleans also, right? Int 32, u int 32, int 64, float 64, char. Wait. So the problem though is that I have like char as a constant, right? So maybe I can actually not do that. I can actually not do this for all of my types before I can treat types as namespaces. So maybe let's not do it for like for something. Like for example, string and char are the two important like modules right now. Maybe I should move this higher up, you know, over here somewhere. Capital for types and small for corresponding modules. You think it should be the other way? The module should be lowercase? Something is really wrong right now after all of these renamings. OCaml versus Trust way of doing things. Because Rust calls modules lowercase and types uppercase too, right? Yeah. But what should it be then for like map.t, right? So it will be just map. So should the t be uppercase then? Right? But t is uppercase usually for generics. But then like, yeah, I don't know. Like I feel like later we will have map being the type, or I mean it's not even the type, right? Map is a generic thing. The name of the theme I'm using OneDark. And it makes sense to types lowercase right now, but like eventually we will, like, I feel like we want the convention to be that the types are uppercase and the values are lowercase, because I basically want to, because otherwise I will not be able to say like x of type X. That's something that makes sense, right? But x of type X does not make sense, because this, like, because they no longer live in the separate namespaces like they do in other languages, right? So because they are all in the same namespace, we should separate them by convention, right? Okay, it seems like I'm trying to do this and it does not work because this function is not compiled. Why is this function not compiled? So I'm trying to include charm and that function. So, which means that that function should be like already possible, like without everything that's declared later. There is an interesting thing about Haskell regarding that.
Hello, fellow Haskellers. We continue to refine the design of dependent Haskell, and would appreciate community input. That means your opinion on a design issue. Here is a program I'd like you to consider. In this function equation accepted by GT today, the type of x is x. So, does x act as its own type? Of course not. We are actually looking at two variables named x. One is a term variable and the other is a type variable. And it becomes clear if we rename one of them. Well, it turns out that if we required using distinct names for term and type variables, we could simplify the specification and improve error messages. So, what do you think? Should we make the breaking change? Tell us in the comments to the video.
Why are they doing this as TikToks? Why is this question asked in a TikTok? What is their target audience like? TikTok viewers? Really? The users of dependent Haskell? Should I be doing TikToks too? What? Well, I mean, the question though is, yeah, I feel like my answer to this question is that we want, well, like, yeah, like we want to separate this by, so yeah, like they say that we use different names, right? But because this is supposed to be a value, right? Normally, right? We generally don't consider X here be a type, right? If it is a dependently typed language, then X can be a type, right? But we feel like this is the ID function, which is a more general thing, right? So I feel like this should be uppercased then, basically, right? Because that is a type for sure, because we're doing the type description here. But this is not necessarily a type, and most likely it's just a normal value. So yeah. But Haskellers are used to their, like, I mean, in Haskell there is a difference between the type and a type variable, I guess, right? So Haskell cannot really do that because A is basically the implicit for all, right? In this case. So when I write code for myself, it will be something like this. Let ID be, like in this case, A, right? X, A, which returns X of type A, right? Like it's literally the same thing. So in Haskell, the this for all is being inserted implicitly, automatically for you, and I don't do that. I require explicit definitions of all your variables, which I think is a good thing. but I don't know what Haskellers think about this. Like it's similar to the other thing, which is called let polymorphism. When you just say that ID is x into x, this is not inferred as the as a function that works for all types, but it works for some concrete type instead, right? Yeah, like. Yeah. Anyway, let me go back to my thing. Why is this not working? Why is this not working? I'm trying to do code 0. Code is this thing. And this does not work because target name is equal to interpreter. Oh, wait, I know why. Because this equal is stdcmp, so I need to be able to do the comparison here. Basically, right? But comparison is the module that's defined later. So I guess I need to do this earlier. After all, right? STD, CMP operators is like the core thing, which I might need to do at compile time, right? Yeah. I'm not sure if I can make it so that the order does not matter. I mean, I guess I should be able to do that so that the order does not matter. When I say a const, it doesn't mean that I need the value of this constant right now, right? I can evaluate the value here asynchronously, just like everything else. But I will just need to, when I use the value of char, when I use this module, only then it needs to be, right? And then I will be able to do this without the orders at all. Yeah. Collections, panic, type of value, prelude. Sure. I also was thinking that maybe this should be inside of its own module. So like we have module types, right? We have module types, which defines this thing, you know? It just means that I cannot just do string here anymore. But we will have like std types dot bool and stuff. Then I mean it doesn't make sense, like, right? This is not all the types in the language, right? Some of the types are in other places. How does Rust do that, or like some other language? Should it belong into the root? Rust, it just says primitive types, right? Maybe like it should be called not primitive types or whatever. But generally, you just have the module for like i32, which is a module, right? Yeah. Yeah, but this is also like a keyword. And then you have like the type itself as the namespace. But this was literally in the root. Maybe it's okay for it to be in the root. I don't know. To do module types? Wait, what? Why is this a to do? I'm not sure what to do. This means panic, type of value, options, debug, convert, IO path, SFAS, net, sys, RNG, collections. Wait, but so like, what do we want this to be in the future then, right? In terms of naming. In terms of naming, I will want this to be capitalized, right? Because it's a type. But does it mean that but what about the modules? Should the modules be capitalized or not? That's the question. But if we treat types as modules, later, right? So that I will be able to say like, you know, like int32.max, right? .max value, or something. Should this be like, this would be int32. Since this is a constant, like you normally do this fully uppercase, I guess. That would be fine. But what about the other ones, like which are like normal modules, like file system? File system itself is not a type, I guess. Placed is not initialized. What place? Restart language server. A loop block is not found. Could not find the loop block. Wait, what was here previously? Oh, it was wait, hold on. It was std loop block, and when I did the rename, it removed the std part. This seems like a bug in the LSP when I rename. It renamed this entire thing. Which is weird. Good night, Nigel. Okay, now we don't have any more issues in the code. Okay, hold on. Maybe I should just look into how to make types as modules right now, so that I'm not be like delaying this decision for later when I have even more code. Right? So instead of saying like more, like we basically say something like this. We say, you know, like impulse string, you know, impulse string. Like in Rust, you will literally just do impulse string, right? And this defines the associated things with this. So what I want this to be is literally just impulse string. Impulse string is equal. I mean, hold on. Can I say? What about I say module string is this? How about that? How about that? So string is already like an existing thing, right? String is already an existing thing, so I mean this should not define a new module, right? What I'm saying is that this should use an existing type, or maybe we should say like implement string as module. Maybe this makes sense, because that's how we do the maybe because that's how we do the traits, and this is like This is like a trait, right? We treat type as a module, literally. Maybe. Implement as module. Should this be the core? Implement value as module. There was one other thing that I wanted. There is another module. I want module to be like. Never mind. Let's do one thing at a time. Implement as module. Types as modules. Should it be like reserved to types or to any values? So here's what we do right now. Okay, so there you go. As module is this. Should this be module? I think it should be module, because that's what we that's just the value that we get there. No core syntax. So when I use the dot syntax, right? When I use dot syntax, which is expression field, place expression field. When I try to do the inference here, so right now it will say that type doesn't have fields, right? Because if the type of this variable is a type, then types don't have fields. But in this case, what we should do is we should treat this type as the module, right? So I think that it means that if this is a type, then it means that I need to like cast this type. I need to evaluate the object then here, right? I need to actually evaluate the object then here. Should this be should the type then be known at compile time, right? When I do this, because if it's some random type, which we don't know what it is, then there's no way. So this must be known at compile time for sure. If this is a type, we try to evaluate the object right now, right? Is there eval? Dot eval. Right now, cast result type. I evaluate the value. The value is expression. Value is cast result type. Let's have something similar here. We will have it's very similar to casting, but I'm casting it into we don't know the type, right? We cast as module, right? Span state expression, and we give it the type back, right? Yeah, that's going to be function span state value, and then we say that type is type new not inferred span. We return the type. We literally do something very, very similar here. So I evaluate the value, but I don't instantiate the generics here. I don't do that. Instead, I see cast interpreter dot like find module. I don't know. Let's say cast as module in the interpreter. Cast as module. Span state interpreter value. Cast as module. Cast as module will give me the value, right? So yeah. So the the module itself is this module, and this is also a keyword. Okay, module. I just return a value type of module. That's it. That's my type, right? So I say that type inference type expect inferred as span type of module. That's all. That's all I need to do here. So if we have expression dot expression field here, and we know that the type of the variable is a type, then this means that I need to return cast as module span state expression is object, and then I need to like find the thing there, right? Yeah. Let's see. Let rec field type. No. Once inferred. This, right? Type. New not inferred span. Return type. Hold on. Let rec field type of object type is this. So this should be not object type var. This should be like object. Maybe not. Maybe this does not need to be recursive because this is the thing that I want, right? To be exposed. I want to have the function field field type of no, but this needs to actually be the type, right? Shit. Okay, now we need to do like let track field type of object type is this in field type object type object data type, right? So we try to find the field type here. Maybe we should expose this, right? Field type of object data type. Let's give it like span. Let's give it like object. Object as expression, I guess, is what I give it. Object type is object data type. Anything else? And then I need like the field and field span. Field span. Sure. Let's try this. I'm going to remove this. Label and member. Wait, what? Yeah. Maybe I remove all of this. And field type is all of that. So field type should have object type, field label. What else do I need? Span. Oh, there's not field label, there's field span, right? State. The state of the compiler. Field type. Span object type, field span, and state. Object is expression in this case, right? Yeah. Field is field expression. Types field expression. Field. Field expression. Oh, return. Return is not here, right? But return. But return is only used here. We just remove this. And this needs to be a place expression. So we have with return here. Where are the stupid syntax errors? Oh, because now this needs to be removed, yeah. Okay. So there's just two errors, and this one is the main one over here. So how do I find the field type of the object, right? The object, I don't want to touch this technically. Let's say underscore object here for now, and see what's wrong, right? Just use the normal span here for doing that. In order to cast as module, though, I will need to evaluate the object. But other than that, over here, this is just going to be object type, right? Object should be optional, like we potentially don't have the expression here. This pattern matches values this, but the pattern is expression which matches value of object t. Wait, really? There's a question mark object here, right? So we just do this. Yeah. Like when object, when option is some object, and over here we say option get object then, right? Yeah, that works. Object type is a type. Okay. Object. This optional argument cannot be erased. Yeah. Field type. Let's give it field as in the one that is not. Oh yes, an object type. Object type also. I don't want this to be like we give it the type and the field basically, and we figure out the result type. Then we can erase this. And then I just do that. And over here we say object. Well, I expected to have an expression. Wait, what? But an expression was created of type expression. Object. This is not an expression. I want this to be typed place expression. Option. The expression has type this. Oh, because cast as module. Cast as module. Yeah, this is a place expression. Well, I mean, this is once inferred. But how about we actually do cast as module type is what I want. Should this not have the expression, but the value? I feel like I just do this over here directly. Cast as module type. Do I need that? I mean, yeah, sure, whatever. Let's do that. Sure, let's say place expression. Sure. But I evaluate place. I evaluate place. And then I claim the place, right? Claim. Then I will be able to have this as a value. Okay, and this is now the only thing. I need to be able to cast as a module, right? So cast as module is similar to cast. Impl cast. Cast expression is similar to cast expression, I guess. Cast as module is just going to be state. It's just going to be value, right? It's going to be value. Here, should just have value. Should I give it the span or something? Maybe potentially span. because I don't have the expression here. Value await fully inferred. Yeah. How about we expose this to value await fully inferred, which is going to be this, and await fully inferred value is that, you know, but there should be like to do here the actual implementation. And then over here we also say value await fully inferred. That's the same thing. Cast as module. So we have a value. This is inferred, and then implementation is the. So we have a cast impulse, but I also should have it in the interpreter state, the cast as modules, right? Which is going to be cast as modules. Sure. Let's have a let's name it like that. Cast as modules. I mean, let's just say cast impulse, right? This over here is going to be wait, what do you do now that the event of code is over? I'm lost. I rewrote my Twitch bot in my cast yesterday. And now we just rewrite the other parts of the world, I guess. We continue until everything is rewritten in cast. You'll rewrite mine in bash. Wait, yours is already in bash, is it not? Wait, is your boss? Wait, no, your boss is already in bash. What is there to rewrite? No, yours is in Zash. Oh, okay. Let's see. So this should not be like map. Let's just have mutable as module value map t value. I guess that's the only difference. Sure, I'll keep that one called map for now. Find opt target cast as module. So like we have in cast impulse dot as module, and then we find opt value there, right? And that's it. That is it. So now we do that, and we no bill of this as module, so we don't value print here. Map, and this is what exists. I don't care about that. We just return the error here. Okay. We just return the error here. Okay. Cast impulse. So over here also it's going to be as module is types value map empty. As module is types value map empty equal. As module is types value map empty. Does OCaml have a good unit test system? I have no idea. I have some tests. I never run them. There's a Dune test. It's running something right now. I think I only have a couple tests in the parser, basically. Right? I have some Lexer tests. And like there's like 4 of them. That's weird. That's how that hello world is being lexed properly. But then yeah, I stopped doing the tests. So right now the only test that I have is me testing the Advent of Code solutions, which is done outside of the OCaml unit test system, right? The test is mostly actually written in cast. I literally just have a cast program which invokes every solution for every day, and then we see if the result is correct. Still, but I mean, Advent of Code is a good test, though, right? Advent of Code is a good test. It's just not really a unit test, I guess, right? Because we test everything at the same time. Is that called an end-to-end test at this point, right? Test the entire language. Wait, success. Okay, success. So we say cast. But there is no syntax yet. The main question is coverage of the Advent of Code. Yeah, I guess. It's... I don't know. I mean, I would say that Advent of Code is testing quite a lot of the language in general. Right? It doesn't test everything, though, for sure. Eventually we will want actual tests. But I don't know, like, I'm not good at writing tests. We usually just, like, test. I don't know. Unit test is difficult. Try Copilot to write some. Nah. I don't know. Tests, at this point, I think... I don't know. Because like we're going to rewrite the thing from scratch anyway. Maybe we actually, when we actually rewrite it, the language itself, maybe then we should consider tests. You know? And like if I write tests, like it should still be the test, I feel like, for it to be more useful, that is not a unit test, but that is like done outside of the system, so that I can test both the old implementation, which is in OCaml, and the new implementation, which is in cast, right, itself, right? Because otherwise, how do I compare the fact that they are the same, right? The test should test basically the language as a binary, and not like every individual part of the unit, not the unit tests, basically. Right? But we do have like separate, like if I want to test the Lexer, for example, I can do cast lex, for example. We can just lex examples hello world, right? This is giving me the list of tokens already, right? And I can, like, this doesn't give it to me in like machine readable format, I guess. But maybe we could make this spit out JSON, and then we could actually like compare as binaries, right? So the Lexer is like kind of a unit, right? So we just have it as the subcommand to test the Lexer this way. The sprays is the plugin that's called Power Mode. Hello. Okay, so now we need to implement the syntax. Cast as module. Impl as module. Is AST serializable? I mean, yeah, it should be. I mean, so if I say something like cast parse, right? Examples, hello, right? There we go. Like we can print it. We can change this to like something that is like JSON format, for example, right? So that it's machine readable once again. There is similarly cast compile thing, which gives me the internal representation or whatever. And then only after all of those we actually run, right? So we should be able to serialize every step and make sure that it is correct. But at the same time, like the internal representation, the ASTs and like even the lexer, it is being changed sometimes. So I feel like maybe just writing like the tests, they make sense if I want to test something that doesn't work, right? For example, if I want to test that something doesn't parse, then I test just the parser. But if something actually parses and I expect it to run in a certain way, then I just execute the program and see that like it was executed, which means that it was parsed, compiled, and we can also test that it produces the correct result, right? Which is basically what Advent Code is doing. It's just not covering all of the parts of the language. So if we just have more like solutions of some problems, which gives us more coverage, that would be nice, right? So what is missing then? We just need to have a tool that when we run a program or like multiple programs, we need to know what the coverage is, right? Is that the only thing that's missing then? I think. And then we find the thing that is not covered and write some program that like is supposed to cover that thing, right? Instead of writing unit tests, I feel like that's a better way. I'm not sure if I can do this in OCaml, but I can definitely do something like that in my own language, where I can produce the what lines have been covered whenever I run a program. Sure, why not? That should be easy. Especially if I run through the interpreter, right? Like I know that some people are actually doing test-driven development, and I think that it's, I don't know. Like we also, like the design is not fixed of the language yet, right? We're prototyping rapidly, and I'm like sometimes changing parts of the language. So doing test-driven development makes a lot less sense during the prototyping phase, you know? When you know what you want in the result, then yes, writing test first and then writing the implementation makes sense. But if you don't know what you're doing, then just playing around first is the correct way, right? Test-driven development saves a lot. It saves a lot of what? And like it saves a lot only if the prerequisites like are met for test-driven development to save a lot, you know? Like yeah, for example, I don't expect other people to help me working on the language. There is Nigel who is doing a couple pull requests, but he's like doing some very, very simple changes right now. I don't expect other people to touch like the language much right now. Yes. So when we get into the stage where we want more collaboration, then yes, then tests are definitely useful. Right now, I don't think so. They are useful, but they are not the priority. I mean, at the same time, as a contribution, if someone would want to contribute, why would the contribution not be actually adding the tests, right? So that, like, instead of changing the language, first try to use the language, right? And that is how you write tests, by writing them by writing some program, right? That you maybe, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not looking for contributions right now, really. Bum, 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 bum. I need impl as module here. Impl as module. Impl as module, have value and we have impl. That's all. That is 2 things. I don't have target. Should be in expression impl as module. I don't know why I have exploration impl cast, because like all of these things are going to be evaluated at compile time anyway. Why don't I just say that this results into expression unit? Do I have expression unit? Oh, I know why. Because we want these things to be evaluated, right? Well, I mean, but it means that I have these 2 evaluated expressions, though. It should be easy, yeah. We have an expression unit, init expression. Evaluated expressions are going to be value and impl, span c state, right? Value expression, impl expression. There is no expression unit. We have expression constant, value unit, right? Value unit, value in third span. Okay, let value expression is compiler evaluate. What is span? This is just a named argument. OCaml has named arguments, and then if they are named, they can be passed out of order too. And in this case, like, since the name of the argument is equal to the name of the local variable, basically, the full syntax is something like you call function f with argument being value. Like, this is the full syntax of calling the function with named argument. And you can have multiple arguments here, right? arg2, value 2. Okay, we have type and we have value and we have impl. There we go. So we have this. I evaluate them both, and then I just say that compiler state interpreter, and this is going to be cast interpreter, I guess. Dot implement cast as module state value impl. I'll give it a span too. Impl cast as module span state value implementation unit function span state value impl. So we just say state cast implementations as module types value map update value await fully inferred also function current value match current value current implementation, I guess, with none then some implementation some current implementation, then some current implementation, but I will say like error span duplicate implementation as module, something like that. Value map update. This is going to be state cast impulse as module, and then I just overwrite this thing. Okay, is that all that I need to do? I'm not sure if that is all that I need to do. So now I have unit doesn't have fields, right? So yes, so string.length, we don't say string.length now. Let's say lowercase string.length, right? No implementation of type string as module. Yeah. No implementation of type string as module. Yeah, because this over here can wait. No implementation of type string as module. Yeah, hold on. I cannot do this at runtime. I need to like wait for it, right? I need to wait for it to be available. Interesting. So in the interpreter, when I'm doing the casting, when I'm implementing, when I'm using the casting, right? Evaluate cast as module over here. This implementation doesn't exist yet, but it will exist later. It will exist later, so I just like await the thing. You know? I need to await it. Impl cast as module. And awaiting it means that I need to like wait for a new thing to be inserted and then like check again, for example. right? Or subscribe to the specific value. What are the other options? We can also do the core syntax here. Instead of evaluating this right now, I can implement this to be implementation is implementation temporary, you know, but then I'm going to evaluate the implementation later. Implementation temporary is like value new not inferred, you know, but then I will, when I actually evaluate this after I implement the cast so that I can use it from inside, then I say that value infer value inference value expect inferred as impl temp, like this. So we make sure that these are the same value later. And I can do this asynchronously technically, right? I'm not doing that right now though. I don't know. Maybe this logic should not be here. Does this work? Type shape recursive is not equal to int32. Wait, what is this? Type which contains 3 types of itself. That's weird. I mean, we don't need to say string dot here, by the way. Right? At all. While compiling this over here, string dot length. String dot length. String dot length is a function that like returns that. Is that what was inferred here? Can I just not choose the string dot here? Because I'm already inside of the string module, I guess. Wait, from string. Wait, why is from string? That's lowercase. To string. Why is this also? I did not do that, did I? Number literal is inferred as string over here. This is inferred as string start, but why would it be inferred as string? String. Compiler error, unit doesn't have fields. Yes, so, okay. Okay, now we have a standard library. We don't say a const string is this, right? We just say include string, which technically should define the type there too, I guess, maybe. And we just include the char. And the char is going to be similar, and it's going to be impl char as module to be this module. Use char, that doesn't exist. Use string, that doesn't exist. So string parse is just string parse. String to string is string to string. Type string doesn't have fields. Wait, type string doesn't have fields. What? But it does have fields. But it's because core syntax. I mean, we have expression use, I guess. Use. No? use. Yeah. Expression field. Claim. Expression. Const let. Place expression. Field type, right? Like doesn't have fields. This is happening in two places. This doesn't have fields and this doesn't have fields. Because this is interpreter. Oh, okay, now, okay, so we actually worked as the compiler, I think, to figure out what the type of the string dot thing is, but it did not work in the interpreter, because in the interpreter, if this is a value type, I guess, type, I guess, well, I mean, let's just say value, right? Then I will say something like cast as module span state value. Cast as module should be like opt here, maybe. Cast as module. Let's say over here. Cast as module opt will return optional, right? Which is just doing this literally, right? And cast as module is just match cast as module opt span state value. That, right? So we do cast as module opt, match cast as module opt with none, then I do that. Where's the syntax error? In? There's no in here. Span is not needed here. I'll just ignore. Value span value, no, object claim value await inferred. I mean, yeah, this is inferred, sure, but can I just say that this is over here as a value? That value is this. Well, I mean, this is like object, right? Object that I'm trying to get the field of is the value, right? So in this case, value object, let's call this object shape, because over here I will say object, right? And if this is sum, are modules lazy? I don't have any laziness in the language. I have async, which is very similar but a little different. Lazy means that you don't do things if you don't need to, right? Right now, and you do it later. And I do it in the other way, where I try to do things immediately, but if I need something else, if I'm blocked by something else, then I am waiting for something else to happen, basically. But modules are not lazy. Modules are just basically recursive scopes, and that's it. So modules is like structures where, I mean, when I declare a module, every variable inside of a module becomes a field in the resulting structure. That's it. And then it's also recursive. some object module. Then, so in this case, I need to like try to get the field of the object, right? Let rec get field object is this. In get field object, right? Get field that object claimed. Let's drag this. In. Is that what we want? Is that what we want? No, and this. Still no. If I remember correctly, you start casting Rust, right? No, I actually started in OCaml and then I switched to Rust and then I switched back. The thing that made me switch from Rust to OCaml is the compile times. The thing that made me switch from OCaml to Rust is that I don't like OCaml. But it's a language that is compiling fast, so that's good at least, right? But as a language, I like Rust more. But when I switched from OCaml to Rust, my project was smaller, I guess. So the compile times were not that big. Well, I mean, they were not big in OCaml, right? So in this case, I'm going to try to get field of object mod, right? Okay, does that work? They say type shape std is not a string into t, which is like panic, I guess. No, this is a parse. This is parse. But why is this inferred to be std? String dot parse. This is only in the prelude though, right? What if I just comment this out? Could not find char in scope. Yeah. Well, I mean, this is just recursive, right? To digit regex. But this number, wait, hold on. Number literal inferred. Okay, so I feel like this is not inferred properly right now. The type of these. Let's not do char dot inside of the char module itself. Cannot find char in std string. So now over here we can use char is white space, right? Type. Okay, but char is white space, so like yeah, we know that this must be the function returning boolean, but char is white space is inferred to be std. Why? Can I remove everything from the standard library really quickly to test this? How about I just do something like this and then do cast std string is a type string, right? std string dot hello. No implementation of this as module, so it does not have fields, right? Obviously. No implementation though. I feel like this should not be, yeah, whatever. So if I say implement std string as module to be equal to foo is 1, 2, 3. So std string foo is underscore. Why is this underscore? Why? What if I say foo2? Foo2 does not exist. So foo does exist, right? What about type of? Level of type std as module. Wait, what? Std string is type string. Type of std string. Wait, do I need parentheses here? Okay, std string is a type. std string dot foo. Okay, okay, I see. Okay, the type is inferred incorrectly because the type is inferred incorrectly because the type is inferred incorrectly. That's the first thing, right? Yeah. So the type of this field is the type of this module, but it should be the type of the field inside of this module, right? That's what it should be. Okay. So that's the compiler. Cast as module type. I guess this thing is not correct, right? And the thing that is, yeah, cast as module type. Label span was omitted in the application of this. Okay, wait, why is this a warning? Cast as module type is being used over here, right? So yes, this is the type, but now I need to figure out what is the field type of so module type is this, right? And then I need to find the field type of module type and field, right? And like field span and like state, right? So that's the thing that I need to do. Okay. So now if I say impl std string as module to be x is 1, 2, 3, right? And then I say std string dot x. This is underscore. Type of this is type underscore. Well, I mean, I guess if I say over here int32, well, this is duplicate though, right? Okay, fine. Let's restart. Let's do this. And this is std int32, right? Sure. Std type of std string dot x. Okay, so now we know that this is int32. Okay, nice. And if I say std string x, this actually prints 1, 2, 3. Okay. Yeah, I guess it's because I did not need the value in the thing. Yeah, because of the defaults for inference was not enforced yet. This was still unknown, like literal. Okay, so this actually works now, right? Okay. Now, can I just uncomment my standard library and so that it will work? Or is it not going to work? Cannot find string in scope. Okay, so now we don't say string dot, say string dot, right? Okay, type shape. Okay, so now the auto instantiation doesn't happen. because this over here is a generic function. But why does it not work? Because this is not known right now that this is a generic. Right? Identify string in scope. String. So just these 4 things, because these are generics. Okay, well, I mean, for now, I can say that these are going to be instantiated explicitly with underscores. And that's going to work, right? That's not what I like. So string dot to dot parse. Well, I mean std string parse. No implementation of type string as module now in my REPL, because I am inside of a different interpreter, right? Impl cast impulse to do. What if we want to evaluate in a different interpreter? Yeah, hold on. This needs to be merged too, right? C state interpreter cast impulse dot as module is types value map union function impl A impl B function A B error span conflicting impulse of cast this function value AB. I've cast this as module value trimmed value sum A union of this dot as module. Okay, is that going to be better? std string parse. No implementation of type string as module. That is not correct. std string parse. No implementation. Should. That's what I was importing, right? And std is being imported there, right? So hold on. No implementation of type string as module. Why not? Why not? Result, cast implementations as module, value map, iterate function, value impl printf cast impulse is state interpreter cast impulse. Yeah. That's what we have there. Println imported impl this as module value print value. Like, am I actually not importing anything from standard library? Yes, I imported implementation type string as module, right? So like this is existing in my current interpreter. But then it says that no implementation is there. Why not? Okay, let's go to interpreter, cast as module. Wait, so it says interpreter error, no impl. Yeah. Cast as module. This is used in the compiler. I should do cast as module type. Like, this should return an option, by the way, because this does not necessarily work, right? Well, I mean, whatever. I will do that later. Okay, what I want is to print all of the things, right? So what do I have when I actually do the casting, right? So if I do the error here, I'm just going to go over the state cast implementations as module, right? Std string x. There is literally nothing, so I did not import anything, which is wrong. I need to like see where this map is being used to. This is just printing the current implementations. This is just evaluating the cast. This is where I evaluate impl cast. Oh wait, I evaluate impl cast. Oh wait a second, hold on. It's because I have the impl cast as an expression, which works at runtime in the interpreter. But I am doing the impl cast as module at compile time, which also has the interpreter, but is that a different interpreter though? That's the question. Well, I mean, it's not, because I imported it from the standard library, right? I imported it from the standard library. This thing. Imported from this. You know? Yuri print Yuri. Let's see. Right, I imported from the standard library 2 implementations. Yes. So import of the std is over here. I have the std bootstrap. Okay, this is the interpreter without std. So we use the interpreter without std there. All right, so I import the standard library. I import the standard library into the Bootstrap compiler, which has the interpreter without std. Okay, std, and std should be imported, right? Wait, this is the Bootstrap. Hold on. If I import the std there, why don't I just return the Bootstrap? Why don't I just return the Bootstrap here? Because we initialize the empty one, interpreter without std. I'm performing the importing here anyway, right? Which results, I mean, I should be using the brand new interpreter, but I'm not. Okay. There is a bunch of to-dos here. Okay. But basically the Bootstrap interpreter has the std implementations imported, but my actual one is not. Interpreter is interpreter with std. And we have, okay, of course it's a hack. Of course it's a hack. Okay, but let's continue the hacky way though for now. Interpreter with std dot cast impulse dot as module is this as module, right? There you go. That's why it was not there. That makes sense now. That is a hack though. std string parse. So this now is a generic, right? So std string parse parse hello. No implementation of this as a generic. Okay. Well, I mean, std string parse hello, which should be like let x std float 64 is this. We are going to parse 1 to 3, right? There we go. So x is 1 to 3. Okay, so it is working now, right? We have string, which is a type, which is also treated as module. Okay, did I achieve the thing that I wanted to achieve? Last examples, hello. So hello world works. Imported. Let's not print this here. Let's not print this. And let's not print that. Hello world. Hello world works. Let's try some others. I mean, we should just try the advent of code, just test advent of code, but advent of code will need to be changed, of course, right? Because now we just have parse. Well, I mean parse, hold on. It's because in the prelude, I'm not importing them anymore, right? But now I should be able to do that, right? Cast, right? Parse 1 to 3. I mean, I still don't use the prelude automatically. Parse 1 to 3 in 32. Okay, so yeah, that works. Nice. Use string parse, use string to string. Okay. Restart cast language server. Can I? Why just parse? What do you mean why just parse? Here? Because parse is a function that exported from the prelude. I mean, do you think it should not be exported from the prelude? String parse was more adult. You think this should not be exported from the prelude? What about toString? Yeah, I mean, these are questions, sure. Yes. Should this or should this be not exported? Maybe not. Maybe not. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, actually, yeah, no, I agree with you, yes. But toString should definitely be re-exported, right? So we still can do toString 123 as a function. I want to like, why is my LSP not working right now? There we go. String parse is still not clear. I do not know what is the result type. Well, the result type is based on inference, yes. The fact that that is not clear is like it's not clear to the compiler either unless you tell it. So if you say string parse 123, this is not going to work, right? Because this is not inferred type, and like you cannot do that. But if you specify the type here of the result, for example, by instantiating this explicitly, parse int64, right? Then this is the full explicit form here. But this is done with inference normally. Okay, well, why is this red? Duplicate implementation as module lib. Why is this duplicate though? That makes no sense. int64 parse is clear. Float parse opt also more clear. Yeah, but what if you write generic code? What if you write generic code and you do that? You know, I mean, I'm guessing since you are a fan of F#, you're also a fan of the way that OCaml is doing this, where if you write generic code which you work with any type T, then you need to have the function which implements the parsing as like the argument to the current generic function, for example, right? So I instead prefer the traits. So that because this information can be inferred for you, right? If it is not clear, it's because you're writing generic code. If you're writing not generic code but concrete code, the thing should be clear from the context. If it is not clear from the context, then maybe you should use the explicit form. Yeah. I don't like the fact that this is red, because this is working. It's not working just in the LSP, I guess. Duplicates impl as module. Why? Why? So can you see my type.parse? You write the implementation of a trait. Have you tried Haskell? You have type classes. So your type should should be part of the type class, I guess. So we call it implementing the trait. There's a lot of languages that have that feature, I guess. But basically you say over here, here's this code, right? I implement float64 as from string, right? This is the implementation of parsing for floats. This is implementation of parsing for integers, for booleans, and stuff like that, right? Same as in Haskell. there are downsides to this, so I will try to do a mixed approach. So you just implement string parse my type is this function. Oh, I mean, yes, kind of, but like it basically, yeah, and then it's going to be passed like implicitly. So you don't need to thread this through your code explicitly like you do in F# or OCaml, because that is very annoying. Does F# not have the, hold on, do they have F# type classes? I'm just wondering if someone proposed that, or is F# literally, F# does not have the type classes right now. Is this like type classes ish in F#? What is this? Type class. Why should I care? The simplest example. Okay. So you have this. You have list map, list filter, list map, list to array, array reduce, right? Ah, crap, I want to start with a sequence. Huh? I guess someone should be like explaining this here. Oh, wait, slightly more complex example. I want to pass in f, which can operate on multiple data types. No good. F is automatically inferred by the first call with type int. Complex example, monad transformers. Well, yeah, I mean, I guess monad transformers is something that you would not be able to do, maybe. I mean, you can always explicitly transform your monads, though, I guess. So what's a type class? I mean, this is what allows you to do ad hoc polymorphism, right? It's operator or function overloading with constraints. Contrasts with parametric polymorphisms. Generics where type is parameterized by the caller. Parametric polymorphism, not type classes. Parametric polymorphism, not type classes. Polymorphism. I don't like this representation. It looks nice, but I guess someone should be explaining this along the slides. Support type classes or explicit. Let's see this. This is the issue from 2016, and it's still open. So in OCaml, there is a proposal for modular implicits, which is also from around like 10 years ago, which is also not like implemented yet, but I feel like they're going for it, right? Class mappable member map, option map. Yeah, there we go. So you have like sequence that says what you can map. You can map options, you can map lists, you can map everything, right? So you just say map instead. And it's like because you already know the type, and if the type is mappable, then like why do you need to like repeat yourself? What is the conclusion here? What is the status so far? This? My position is politically clear. I'll recap it here. The utility of type classes for the kind of functions plus data coding we aim to support in F# in the context of integrating with .NET and JavaScript is largely overrated and has many negative aspects that are rarely considered in a balanced way by those advocating these kind of features. Some examples of the negative consequences are below. Simple type classes are never sufficient and result in consistent stream of requests for more and more type-level programming and type-level abstraction. Higher kinded. Oh wait, does F# not have higher kinded types? Higher sorted kinds, type families, whatever. Any advanced combination of type class-like feature can often result in obfuscated subtle code. There's a lot of features in a lot of languages which can result in subtle obfuscated code, though. Why is he making Python language when Python is already the best language? Wait, what about bash though? So generic function, you can implement it for target type and compiler choose one depending on the argument type. I mean, yeah, basically it's not necessarily a function though. It's like it's like more like, yeah, you can it may be like multiple functions. It can be like a type function, right? So there's associated types, for example. But I don't know. Adding type level programming of any kind can lead to communities where the most empowered programmers are those with deep expertise in certain kinds of highly abstract mathematics, e.g. category theory or abstract algebra. I don't know, like Zig people are doing type level programming, right? I think, and they, I don't think if a lot of those are doing the category theory. But I don't know. And I mean, even like Rust programmers, right? Like Rust is using traits a lot. I think most of the Rust programmers don't know category theory. I mean, I don't know category theory, so I don't know. The most effective use of these features require end-to-end design of the entire API surface with these features in mind. Well, I mean, yeah, that's like something that maybe I can agree with. But at the same time, having the like old API without the use of type classes, it's just going to like split into like two things. Functor monoid, group monad, all I know. Well, I mean, that's all that you need to know, I guess, right? You learned abstract algebra one time, didn't like it. All in all, this combination can actually be worse than deeply nested object-oriented hierarchies. For example, which F# also strongly discourages. We will eventually progress this approved RFC. Extension methods for operators and SRTP constraints. Extension members become available to solve operator trait constraints. Type system string with member star being this, string replicate and foo. So you overload operators like this. And you can have like the extensions then. Yeah, that's a different feature. Not sure why F# needs that, but sure. Because they like extensions in C#, so they are adding it to F#. All right, what I want is to figure out why is this a thing in LSP only, right? And this is a thing in LSP only. Is it because LSP, hold on, what if I say workspace which doesn't have the standard library? Then it is all fine, right? Because the other things are imported. Does it mean that I use the same? Does this mean? Oh, wait, yes, it does. It does. So it's because like right now I'm parsing standard library as a library which already has the standard library parsed. So I'm parsing standard library, assuming standard library exists, and this fixes it. Okay, so I guess we just do this then. All right, let's fix the standard library now. What else? What else should I change here? So we have strings as modules, chars as module, option. So now I should actually rename my types to be uppercase, right? Just like we originally wanted, right? String, char, load 64, int 64, u, int 32, int 32, boolean, right? Like that. Okay, so if I say option, okay, but what about option though, right? Or what about option? Now what about option T, new type? So because this is like a new type, because this one is a generic, I kind of want the same, right? And I want these to be like methods on this type here. Did you see this? Extension operators. Although extension operators have explicit operand types, they still need to be declared with an extension declaration. This allows type parameters to be declared and inferred and is analogous to how a regular user-defined operator must be declared within one of its operand types. Wait, this is C#. Can you make emoji operators now? Yeah, I think you can. What are we, I mean, what are we trying to look at here? I mean, sure. Extension operators. Static operators on types. This allows types parameters to be declared and inferred and is analogous how a regular user, like, I don't understand. What does this mean? Where's the example? Extension operators have explicit operand types. What is extension operator? So we have operator star, right? Which means that we are creating an extension t element I enumerable t element, where t element is I number t element. So we are creating an extension for this type, right? For the type I enumerable. Why is this inside of the enumerable class? No idea. Just so that because everything must live inside of a class, maybe, because it's C#. So now we now have the static operator star. So we declare the multiplication operator for this thing, which is the thing that we're extending, right? Okay, t elements color. Okay. Sure. Okay. I mean, yeah. But okay, but I mean, we're basically doing the same thing. So wait, can you do this in F# though, right? Can you do this in F#? But this, once again, this is like concrete type. When you have your code being generic, IEnumerable is the interface. So like it's like a vtable, I guess, in this case. So it's not something, so you don't implement the extension for something that implements the IEnumerable. You can get IEnumerable as a value. Yes. That makes sense. Could we like C# now? No, I did like C sharp. Before Rust, I was using C sharp. That was a long time ago, though. Language changed. There were extensions before too. Just like you can have extra methods, and I guess the anyway, I'm not sure why we're looking at this. The way we do it is the operators. We basically say like implement int and int as add. So add is like a trait, right? And then we are going to have a function, you know, add, which is function AB, and this is like actual implementation, which is like going through like natives, I guess, native add or whatever. Right now I just have the polymorphic function, so I'm kind of like lying to my type system that the operator is implemented for all the types, but that's not true, right? We should say that this is the operator that works only for types that implement addition trait. Yeah, so I guess what I mean is like, can you like, because these are extensions, right? Can you write generic code that works with anything that implements this operator star? I guess you cannot do that in C sharp if this is just an extension, right? Then you cannot do that because this is not an interface or whatever. So how do you write generic math code, for example, which works like, for example, for both like integers and floating point numbers? Right, you need interface. Yeah, I guess so. Like interface is basically the trait, right? But the interface, like interfaces and traits are basically like the same thing, kind of, I guess. In OCaml, the interfaces are basically the module signatures, I guess, in general. Or if all you need from an interface is a single function, then you just have a function type basically, and that's your interface, right? But then you need to like make it explicitly everywhere, right? In C sharp, you can only have one implementation of the interface, so you don't need to pass it around the implementation of the interface for your type every time, right? So it's kind of like a similar solution to type classes. So does F sharp have interfaces? Right? So you have interfaces then. Do you use these a lot? Because like, for example, you have printable, right? You have printable and you have the member print. So when you want to write a function that like wants to print a list of things generically, then you just accept a list of printables, right? So there is no way in OCaml to do that. So I guess like in F sharp doesn't need like because interfaces are kind of like the same solution, very similar. Right, so inumber is actually the interface that declares the operators, right? Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, interfaces are basically traits. So one of the like core changes though is that like I don't know about F sharp, but in C sharp, if I remember correctly, you can only define interface when like you can only implement interfaces when you declare your type, right? So you, the library author, these are just markers with no members. Well, I mean, because this is implemented for, because you cannot implement it for your own types. That's why, because it's only implemented for the things that the CLR itself, the runtime, allows you to do the math with. That's why. So like, it's because you cannot implement this thing yourself for your type, I think, right? Can you? You cannot, right? Like EI multiply operators. No, wait, you have operators. They are not markers. This is the member, right? You have member operator multiply. No, this is a member. This is just a name. This is just the thing. And yeah, that's how you implement the number for your own type then. Yeah, no, you can't do it. This is nothing different than like saying that this is a function called mul. Just special syntax. Yeah, we don't have that in OCaml. Okay, what am I trying to do here? I'm trying to like rename things. So should the standard library be lowercase itself? Should the modules convention be lowercase? Type should be uppercase. I guess yes. It's just weird that we should be saying std collections.list dot. So right now this is .tam because this is a generic. I guess I cannot do this for generics yet, but in general, types as modules work. I need to end the stream. I guess this is enough progress for today. Let me just get to some state where my stuff works. Maybe hello world. Parse, could not find parse in scope. Oh yeah, okay, so let's just say string parse. String parse, and this are expected to be the errors. Okay, types as modules, and rename types to upper to camel case. Let me try to change the advent of code. Now solutions. Next break update cast. So this is not going to work now, right? And we need to change everything. This should be string parse. I feel like modules should also be uppercase, should also be camel case. This would be very similar to C# actually, right? in that case. C# map. Microsoft modeling. Capital case is preferable. But I guess I was like trying to look up what is the like STD. What do they don't call it STD, right? They call it what? Core maybe or something. They call it system. Yeah. I forgot. All right, let's see. Let's go change everything. int32. 0 minus is no longer needed. List t is list. I'm not fixing this. Parse is going to be string parse. List is list. Okay, day 1. int64. Parse is string parse. Actually, you know what? Let's go to common and let's say I use string parse. Maybe not in the prelude, but for the advent of code, I will make this thing available. You know. Use std collections. So trip. Yeah, this is a set. Set maybe should also exist in the standard library. Boolean. int32. Q capital keys int64. List. int32. Q list. Wait, hold on. You know what I should do? I can say that trip is trip, and I can rename the const, and then I can rename trip to trip like this. It's going to be renamed automatically. I don't know if that is faster. Probably not faster actually. Actually, as in 64, I will keep this uppercase too, because why not? List. What about methods? Methods are... Did you hear about FPTS? Functional programming in TypeScript? Typed functional programming in TypeScript? Language like Haskell, PureScript, and Scala functions. Type classes, hierarchy types. No, I did not hear about that. Is this a thing that already exists? It's just patterns, right? It's not a new language. It's just the patterns from functional programming into TypeScript. Okay. Yeah, sure. I guess it's mostly just me renaming the list to capitalize the list here and in 64. Not much other changes. And F sharp capital functions are camel case and C sharp capital case. Alright, the first 8 days are upgraded. Almost there. Okay, day 10, this is the biggest one. Day 9 is still not fixed. Why not? Oh, I skipped day 9. My bad. I think like camel case for types and probably modules too, because this looks a little bit weird, but snake case for methods should be fine. Is list something like list item or list at? No. It's just the type of a list. That's the convention they use in camel, because types are not treated as modules, right? But now they are going to be treated as modules, so I should just be able to write list t here, basically, right? But it's I cannot do it for the generic yet. Is it 230? No, it is 320. I should stop. Yeah, I know. I'll stop in a second. So I made this possible for concrete types, but not for generic types, I think. Expected a type got type. What? What is this error? Wait, what? Did I break by day 11? Mm. Number literal inferred as error. Okay, not anymore. What is strip? It's a data structure. It's a heap and a binary search tree at the same time. I'm just using it to implement every other data structure right now. Even lists are backed by trips right now, which makes them not very efficient at being lists, but you know, I just have a single data structure and I use it for everything for now. Okay, so this is all, and then we should like be able to just test day one. It did not work. Field loop body is not there. Yeah, because it's std loop body now. Okay, continue and break. Wait, what? But this syntax is already existing. I can loop. Oh wait, this is the standard library. Isn't this a read-only file? Yes, this is a read-only file. Yes, okay, I found the bug in the standard library. When I was renaming things. I did not rename this one. The body. Okay. Fix, continue. Next, like update cast. Trip is like a thing that is very easy to implement, I think. Like usually for your sets or maps, you use like a red-black tree or something. I think it is more difficult, but I'm not sure because I didn't implement it many times. What like Haskell map implementation? What do they use there? How is map implemented internally? Do they use red blacks? The implementation is based on the size balance binary tree or trees of bounded balance as described as efficient set balancing act in 93. Is that not like the red-black one? Yeah, I know. Maybe not. Maybe you don't use the red-black. Okay, let's test day one. Okay, so day one is still working properly. We can try all of the days, but this is going to run for a while, I guess. What is impl syntax? This is the implementation of the syntax, because some syntax is not implemented in the language. I mean, it's not implemented like in the core of the language, but it's basically just a macro. So when you see a more than or equal than b, it is the same as saying this basically. Is it snowy yet? Yeah. It was. It's pretty cold. and snowy. It's like a macro, like it's a custom syntax which is backed by a macro. So technically, the equality is just a function call, right? And everything. Wait, this panicked. This panicked because this is day 3, part 1. It says while evaluating target dependent, while evaluating place. What's the problem though? Oh, out of bounds. Wait, what? Out of bounds? When evaluating... Oh, this is native panic. Yeah, I'm literally panicking out of bounds. Wait, but where? Aesthetic collections trip. At index. Okay. Maybe my trip is not correct yet. Because I changed it or something. Or maybe, wait, hold on. Maybe it's because left subtree. That's probably why. I need to change all of the left subtrees into the right subtrees. Not here though. And maybe not in day 11. But in all of the other days. Right subtree. Right sub 2. Let's call this. And then right subtree should be left subtree. Not here. Not here. Hello? Is VS Code laggy? And day 11 also. Replace right sub 2 into right sub 3. Okay. But on day 11, I don't need this anymore because this has moved to the standard library. So instead of saying trip split, we just use trip.split. Let's see, day 3. Wait, it still says out of bounds. I broke it. I broke it. What is in day 3? Trip. I mean, this just has the lists though, right? It just has lists. So my lists are broken, right? Trip at out of bounds. Yeah. Yeah, just trip at. Wait, what? That does make a lot of sense. Do I have the lists myself in the examples here? Cast examples list. Oh, beautiful. List create. Let's just say that this is int32. Okay, this works. GBG print list at 2. Okay, list at 0. Okay. I mean, let's also dereference that here. 1. Well, just list empty. I don't know. I mean, this is the advent of code solution. It's supposed to be working properly, right? Because it was working before. Could I define my own operators if I wanted to? Yes. There is no fixed set of operators. No. You can define your own keywords too. The lexer is not like the lexer is like fixed for now at least. So there's like certain rules of how the things are split into tokens. But you should be able to have any operator. What operator would you want for yourself? Hello. Looks like Swift. Swift allows you to do custom syntax. Or what do you mean? Let me see, where am I? So this is, okay, so source day 3 main KS, right? So I'm out of bounds on the example, right? Let's see, on what line? On what line in my main KS over here? Move start to new move start to is this thing. Queue pop. Wait, it's a queue? A queue is not empty here. Interesting. Do I have something in the queue? It is supposed to not work. Forward pipe operator in Swift. Do you not like? Isn't that also present in F# though? The forward pipe. Pretty sure I saw that in F# too. So queues are okay. Let's do some simple example. Lists, sure. Let's do this code. Let queue is let's say use std collections queue create right for 0 to 100 queue push queue I or something, and then for this in 0 to 100 we just say queue pop queue dbg print. Okay, out of bounds, right? It is out of bounds. What if I say over here n is 1? Okay, is it going to be out of bounds even if I do 1? It is. What about 0? Well, I mean, 0 will not do it. Okay. There's a whole example below the article how they define custom operators. Oh, you mean you mean it's actually a custom operator in this one? Infix operator, this single forward pipe. What about the priorities though? How does it parse comparing to other ones? Okay. So yeah, you can do that. Because like in Haskell, when you do this, you also need to specify the priority. Check code. Precedent. Oh, you have like precedence group, which is higher than. So like you actually create a graph, right? Instead of giving it a number, you say that it should be like more than that, less than that. Okay. Maybe I should do that too, by the way. because right now I'm just giving it numbers, but I allow like floating point numbers, so I can always like put something in between. But yeah, I didn't know Swift allows you to do that. Does it allow? But it only allows you custom operators, right? Not custom, like you cannot define a custom ternary operator, for example, right? Only infix, prefix, or postfix, probably, right? And you cannot define your own keywords, I'm assuming. But I didn't expect this from Swift either, to be honest. I thought it was a built-in operator. Okay, so it's the pop of the Q. Pop. Trip split at 1, right? And then we return first at 0, right? Okay, how about I do this here? Print trip to string. Trip to string Q X to string X. What was that gray thing? Can it find to string? Is string to string here, and this is like IO print, right? Trip to string. What? Trip is not Q. Oh, because I need to say Q. You know, right? String to string. Because this needs to be also that for now, for some reason. No implementations of T as generic. Oh, because, yeah, okay, so I cannot do this right now, okay. I cannot do this right now. Okay, let's just say then trip iterate x dbg print. Okay, so I have the one that is having 0 inside, right? Okay, print IO print split this, I mean pop, right? First and the rest. First, rest. First is this, and rest is 0. Okay, so it's because split at is incorrect, right? Because didn't I check this code? Hold on. If index is less than or equal than this, then this belongs to the left subtree. Otherwise, the right subtree. Split. Right subtree, then I split the left node. Interesting. Hold on. So the length of node left, because we have a single node, right? The length is going to be 0. Index is 1. One is not. So this belongs to the right subtree. Wait, yes. What? This code is not correct, right? What's the history here again? What's the history of this file? I just... I want to split at index. So everything that is... before the index should go to the left subtree. So the index of the current node is basically the length of the node left, right? So I say that, yeah. This should be the other way, right? This is the index of this node, right? Let's do this. Let this node index is a node length of left, you know? So if this node index is less than strictly less than index, right? Then it goes into the left subtree. Otherwise, it goes to the right subtree. That makes sense. Index minus equal length node left plus 1. This node index plus 1. Sure. There we go. Okay. I just implemented this incorrectly when I was refactoring this function. Fix trip split at. Hold on. All right, yeah, let's just check again. Yeah, this is why Advent of Code is good. We catch bugs. I mean, I can just do this. Just test Advent of Code. There we go. So this is just going to test the Advent of Code using the current version of the language here, and it's going to run all of the days, check the answers that they are still correct, and yeah, that's how we test the language. And over here I say update cast. Can I like test day 11, for example? Okay, day 11 was correct. Day 12 was correct. Okay. Seems like it is going to all work. Why is everything laggy? I'm using all of the RAM. Hold on, my cast is using 10 gigabytes of RAM again. Okay, that's probably fine. That's probably fine. Let's just close this. Although, is it the LSP that is using a lot of RAM? Like one of them is the actual one that is running. Right? All the time, which is testing. And the other one is the LSP. So LSP is using 4.3 gigs right now. And this LSP right now is opened only over here, which is the project itself, the cast. Okay. Yeah, that's a lot of RAM though. Maybe I have a leak again. Probably have a leak again. Right. I should also like update the bot, but maybe we'll do later, because maybe I will change some other things. And yeah, I should. Yeah. Okay. Whatever. I should just end. Good progress today, I think. Boom, 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 boom. Those Grasses Braille alphabet are crazy. Boom, 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 boom. Alright, see you guys next time. Thank you for watching. Bye.